Hello. Okay. Hello, everybody. Another day. Today's a magical number, 34. So, surely that means something, yeah? Maybe someone finishes. Imagine. Hello, VFAB, LOL, Hello Nescore, David, Not, Voltus, Joanna, Totally, Darkrose, Scott. A cursed day, that's what it is. But it could be a blessed day as well. We'll see. I did see that Lars had a session, but didn't get much done. Today's plan is gonna be pretty much the same. We will climb. And we hope that someone else will climb to the top. Hello, Baron. Yeah, I guess they're waiting for me to catch up. It's okay. I'm almost there. Also estimated the timer now, so we have that as well. Let's... me move it. Let's do 97? 8? That'll do. Okay. I have so much stuff on the right side of the screen now, but it's fine. Hey, Luca. Hello, hello. Hello, Hoof. Hey, Pato. Watched Lars for a couple minutes today. He was so frustrated with how everyone he had ended up with the reset and such. Yeah. I mean, yeah. It's impossible at this point to not get frustrated of you. Because, like, you're so close, right? The players are, like, right here. And there's the finish. But, like, just getting runs here is so difficult. Insane. Yeah, I think it's really the fact that you feel like you're so close. And, like, technically you feel that, okay, any day you can finish. Like Lars just said it as well. That he's kind of ready to finish the map, right? But, like, still, all this stuff. And it's not the final tricks that are the problem right now, it's everything else. It's the 16 floors before it. But, Yeah, quick recap. Floor 16 starts here. Don't suppose Elcon has gotten further. Can check on the leaderboard, I suppose. Yeah, no. 1675 still. This height will be like 1750 or 1740. So we would know from there. So 3 people have done these parts: Lars, Hazard, and Bren. All of them have done the wheel hang, and Lars is here. Lars is specialist from 2 days ago. Failed these jumps here. Hazard and Bren have made them, jumped between these 2 beams onto ice, and Hazard has gotten to this practice wall right. Bren has gotten also past these plastic jumps here. Elcon offline at 1552, Lars offline at 1498. Okay, it sounds like a PowerPoint day, but that's fine. The secret for getting off the wheel hang was like pressing forward until you get to the plastic, and then you press left. So it was like press forward pretty far. You go with a lot of speed. That seemed to be it. Do you think the last jump is hard? I don't... Well, it's hard in the sense that, like, floor 2 jumps are hard. I don't think it's going to be, like, maxed out. Like, I don't think it's going to be, like, floor 16 difficulty. It's more gonna be, like, floor 2 difficulty. So you need to focus, you need to be sure about what you're doing. But it's not going to be, like, maxed out at all. Hi Mike, I got your first Walter card today. Nobody knows the map, but still, yeah, just don't tell anyone what the map is. Congrats. entire final run needs to be streamed from 0 to 100. But yeah, well, I mean, we will see. We will see. Someone will maybe get a run in today. We'll follow those runs as well when they happen. But I will try to reach floor 4. Got to floor 3 in 2 days, which I think is not bad. Let's see if I can get to floor 4 today. Looked like he got to 16 on the tracker. I don't think it's quite there yet on the height. It should be 1690. That should be floor 16. Maybe Shmaniel is gonna have a session today as well. Would be cool to see. We do have permission from Shmaniel as well to restream if that happens. Why does Twitch want me to upgrade my sub to help SB Villa to plus? Plus sub? What does that mean? I have no idea what that is. Do you think the DD2 creators made it more difficult than they needed to? Only the mappers can really answer that, I guess. But you know, some of the mappers thought that the map would be finished in 2 or 3 weeks. So I guess at least those players thought it would be a little bit easier. Or those mappers. Why does it have to be streamed? So the competition is hosted on a service called Matcherino, and they need a full streamed run for verification. So it's like the policy of the platform that they host the competition on. And I suppose they also probably want want to do the community aspect of it, so no one just goes and grinds the entire map in solo and then, you know, it's like, oh, someone finished. I suppose they want it to be like a community moment as well. On the other hand, Partner Plus. Oh, I mean, yeah, there is like a thing. It's for affiliates as well. Maybe it's that. Dude. Wonder if Deep Dip 2 isn't beaten by July. if they would add just one checkpoint to the map. I don't think they will. Like, you know, if no one wins, then no one wins. I guess at some point they might need to put like a... maybe some kind of like a deadline, like for example to the end of the year. So if no one finishes the map literally in 6 months, then, you know, the competition is just over. Hello, Jack. I have seen the still map. It looks insane. And I will play it, yes. After the dipping journey. Elcon at floor 15. Good to know, but I think Elcon is unfortunately, like many players, offline. As in, not on the server and also not on the stream. So we're gonna follow this as like a... you know, the classic dot moving up and down, I guess. Hi, Leon. I don't know if the map has really, like... Look. If someone got, like, a god run... like a god session... like, some people have already had those. We've had some players clear, like, 1.5 floors in one session on these higher floors as well. I feel like we're one god session away from someone finishing the map, honestly. So, it can still happen at any point, and it will absolutely happen. People just need to start getting runs to floor 16, that's really what we're talking about. They've already reached that point, you know? Like, the problem right now is that no one is getting to floor 16 in the previous session, right? Yesterday, I don't think anyone was at floor 16, right? That is the issue, but we know that they can reach it, because 3 people already have, and Elcon is very close. So I wouldn't really be too worried right now, because the problem that we have has already been solved, right? Of course, the player burnout is going to be a big issue if they don't make any progress at all. What's CTWC, Ronsley? Oops. Is your current session this god session? Yes. I'll finish the map in just a moment, don't worry. The deep dip stats page thinks now that a player like Bren needs about 8 days to finish TD2. Question, has the stats prediction thing ever been right? About any other predictions? Hello, SMB. No? Yeah, okay. So that's kind of what I was thinking as well. But it could be true. Like, it could take 1 more week. I wouldn't say that it's impossible, but all I'm saying is that it can happen at any day. Like, you know, the players themselves are probably the most qualified to answer that question. Lars, for example, has said that he thinks that he can finish at any point. Yeah, it's hard to guess progress, and you know, when we don't actually see the runs either, it's hard to even make unqualified assumptions. Okay, maybe I'll take like a wider line, like we were talking about yesterday. Can you go and beat my wildcard in that almost full speed map? You can post the map on Discord. I can check it out later. Don't you want to keep your world record though? I suppose the stat page wouldn't have been wrong about when the map is finished. Well, I mean, unless it said that it would be finished in like a week. Oh, you don't have Discord. Maybe you can just post the map here. What's your preferred style of Trackmania? I really like most styles. I feel like every style has potential. And if a map is built well, I will generally enjoy anything. I guess I guess the true question is like, what kind of maps do I enjoy even if they're not built well? Maybe it would be NASCAR at the end. I feel like NASCAR I can play even if the map, like, even if everyone else agrees that the map is super boring, I will play it. Limb Division. Okay, I'll need to check it out. Even New Royal, I haven't tried it. So technically, you know, I wouldn't know, I guess. But the maps are the same, right? I will say that I kind of am confused by the Royal mapping style, though. So in Royal, again, it's like a 3 versus 3 game mode. And in Royal, you have 5 sections per map. You have like 5 checkpoints. Oh, don't worry, Mike. I can check it out. So you have white, green, blue, red, and black sections. And how Royal maps go is that you first do the white section, which is the easiest section, and then you go to the green section, which is a little bit harder, and you continue until you get to the black section, which is the hardest one, and then you play that one. So the one thing that I find very confusing is that Nadio, when they hosted like the official Royal map pool, their guide for building the white section is that you should be able to finish it with one finger. So they were saying that, okay, when you test your white section, make sure that you can literally like press down buttons one by one and finish the white section. But then when you go to like, you know, the red and the black sections of a map, they are like ridiculously difficult. I once was testing one Royal map and spent 20 minutes on the 15-second black section, and I couldn't finish it. But then the white section needs to be finishable with one finger. Like, I don't understand the, like, who the maps are meant for, when it's kind of like, you have this, like, complete baby section in the beginning, and then you have the ridiculous section at the end. I feel like it would be better if it was a little bit more balanced, the curve, you know? But you know, I'm not a Royal player, so if they like it like that, then that's all good, you know? Don't be sorry for asking questions. Can I save this? It feels savable. Oh, okay. Whatever. Brake taps make ice slides... Oh, water. Nice. Brake taps make ice slides tighter. So if you want to turn more during the ice slide, then you will brake tap. And if you want to exit the ice slide or make it wider, then you need to release acceleration. Oh wait, I can't go here. God, I need to go on the road part here. I didn't think. It's plastic which keeps wet wheels, and then it's ice that, you know, keeps... the ice stays when you have wet wheels. Oh, cheers, Nest. Hi, Anomaly. What is the maximum speed of Chem 7 movement? I don't think you can actually change it. But in Media Tracker you can change the free camera movement with plus and minus, and it gets pretty fast. What's your opinion on speed fun versus fun speed? I only use speed fun. I refuse to use fun speed because it's completely ridiculous to have two different styles with names like that. That's my opinion. Speed fun is basically basically a map where you have high speed, 5th gear, like 400 speed, 500 speed. But unlike full speed, you are not limited only to speed slides, which means you can do full drifts. And then there's the fun speed differentiation that some people use, which I don't subscribe to, which is that fun speed would also have like acceleration releasing, but then speed fun wouldn't, or the other way around. I always forget which way it is. But yeah, I don't really think it's like... I don't think it's important to make that kind of a difference anyway. I feel like Trackmania styles should mostly be based on just two things. One is the techniques that they use. So for example, if you use drifting or speed sliding or something. And the other one is surfaces. Maybe there's some exceptions. Like, you know, difficulty I guess would be one. If you want to define like khaki maps. So yeah, maybe a third one would be difficulty. But for most like general styles, I feel like just like basing them off techniques usually enough. And surfaces. Brent said he would stream tomorrow again. Good to know. Let's hope for a good session. Two hours is pretty good grind already. I actually also kind of, speaking of speed fun, I kind of dislike the connotation that it has, because I think speed fun comes off as like a very casual style compared to full speed, which speed fun is a lot easier than full speed, that's fair. But I feel like you can also have like very competitive speed fun maps, very difficult maps to master. So I feel like it's a little bit like, you know, when you put fun into a style name, it's kind of sounds like it's so casual. Whoops, too early. Okay. This map is too forgiving right now. I don't understand how these flips work. They probably wouldn't work if it wasn't on plastic though. What are your top 3 games? And is Trackmania in there? Trackmania would be there, yeah. Kinda depends, maybe. I probably have different lists depending on, like, what kind of games we're talking about. I guess overall, like, Trackmania and Shootmania I've spent the most time on. So they would probably be there. Not sure what the third one would be. Maybe Witcher 3. Or like Bioshock. Hard to say. Love seeing you get after the map. Your coverage has been awesome. Glad to see you getting some hours in as a player though. Hey, thank you. It's been fun to discover these sections on my own as well. It's really like a whole different thing in a sense. Especially like dealing with like the camera changes and everything is very different always. And you don't really think about that when you're just watching people. I'm like never landing into the pool. That can't be good for consistency. Are top contenders practicing offline now? To an extent, yeah. I guess they really expect the wall ride on floor 16 to be a like huge run killer. That's what it looks like. What's your PB? It's on like the third part of floor 3. We're pretty close now. Oops, that was close. Also, hold on. Am I in? Yeah, I was on windowed borderless. I figured. Felt weird. Is that too high? Oh wow, that was close. I'm getting a feel for it. Like I already knew that was a little bit too high, so I released it. How many jumps are there after the wall ride? So right now they're on section 8 out of 14, like 14 failable parts. So that's section 10. So there's only 4 parts after the wall ride, really, that are like possible to actually fail, you know? If I count correctly. Okay, so don't hit the middle thing. Okay, that's too wide. This is so difficult to get a feel for. I think this can work. Close. Is it gonna land on the road? Yes, I'll take it. I need to jump a little bit further to the right side. That was probably the problem. Nope. It was a bit too wide. You can kind of tell when you're about to crash that, so you can redo the line. No news. I don't think anyone got to floor 16 yesterday. Luckily. Oh, this is sketchy. Okay. Sure, I'll take it. Mara got fed up with the wheel hook turtle part on 8, so he's practicing the Hugo cut. I'm not gonna do it the normal way ever again. I get that Mara might be practicing and preparing for the Voltigard grind, but surely, like I've seen maybe 2 fails on the second turtle part, like on the actual wheel hook. I guess it has died like after it. Sometimes. So what Mara is talking about, if I'm understanding this correctly, is the second turtle, which is this part. Like in the actual upside down section here, I've seen maybe 2 fails out of 100. And then like there's some cases where the turtle has died afterwards, right after, but like surely the Hugo cut is much less consistent to do. I mean, maybe Mara is just preparing for the Voltigard hunt. That's fair. Oh, that's too low. Was close, but I need to go a little bit higher. There's a hair in my mouth. Why? The percentage to floor 16. I think it's like, you know, 50 to 60%. So okay, so real quick, the shortcut that Mara is talking about, if you haven't seen it. No, yeah, I mean, fair enough. If Mara can do this somehow consistently, go for it, I guess. And I mean, it's faster. But this is what Mara would rather do than the normal route. Apparently. This jump. So, like, if you want to do that, I guess go for it. I think the issue with that is that this circle here is right in the center, which means that if you fail this jump, you will likely fall all the way down, right? That is a very serious possibility. So, like, I can't help but feel that it would be probably better for consistency to go for the this section, which is, it's just like, just generally speaking, it's just not that bad, right? Like this one. It's weird, right? But oh yeah, I suppose you can like fly past. Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, like you can fly a little bit further if you, but it depends how you land, right? If you lose your speed on the landing somehow, then he refuses to use the practice map. Okay, well, Giga Chat, what can I say? I respect it, but I feel like, you know, let's think about this. Our top players are already struggling to keep their mental up. So if you add like what could we say, 30% shortcut, that's pretty generous as well. To floor 8 on top of that, that has pretty bad recoveries. How's that gonna go? Well, you know, I guess he knows what he's doing. Awesome. Yeah, it skips the first 2 turtles. You still need to do the last turtle, the third one from the reset block. But you do skip 2. Elcon at 11,000 meters, holy. I guess Elcon doing victory laps. Yeah, 1446, gotcha. What's the state with the current live ladder? Elcon was playing, and who else was playing? It was a multi-lap after all. Elcon doing the 5th lap right now. Lars seems inactive. Maybe it's a case of like dead turtling and just leaving the game on, you think, maybe? People tend to do that. Come on. Always goes sideways. Oh no, this time it's backwards. Okay, sure, I'll take it. Glad to spend 2 minutes here turning this car around. Lars left the game on to see if his car moves on 14 dead turtle and plastic. Gotcha, okay. Oh. Yeah, if the run that you finish isn't fully streamed from start to finish, it will not be eligible for the prize pool. So it will not be counted as like part of the competition. So if someone finishes the map off stream and the time is on the leaderboard, we will basically act as if no one finished the map, which is going to be very awkward and difficult to explain. But I suppose the players kinda have a better feel for the map than we do. So I imagine if they really felt like they could finish at any time, they would be streaming every single run. What happens if your stream cuts out? I don't know. You would need to ask the organizers. I'm not sure to what extent it has to be, like, proof. Like, you know, in some of the very strictest, like, speedrun games, you do need to have very clean streams for the run to be verified. But it really depends on the community and everything. And this is not about that either. That was a terrible jump. Okay, I need to somehow get this jump working. Oh. Are you good? Probably on some scale. Depends. Not compared to the water guard guys. Wait, oh, is this working? Okay, this save is so miserable, honestly. I don't know why the floor 1 saves all need to be like some extra trial checkpoints. I guess, you know, you're probably faster just restarting the run every time you make something like that happen. Oops. Hi, attack. Goes good. What about you? I feel like I'm learning pretty nicely. If I can reach floor 4 on day 3, I think that's very good. We'll see. Oh. In some, like, top speedrun games, I think, Super Mario Bros, for example, I think they have, like, a handcam rule for top 3. So you need to show your controller throughout the run. So, like, there are very, like, strict rules for top runs in some games, but... yeah, I don't really know what the Match Arena rules are. I should probably read their policy. This is on the server, and it is empty right now. The server has kind of died down in the last few days, but the top players are still playing. It's just the fact that they are playing in solo to avoid any server issues and such. Maybe hiding inputs as well. Kalhiva. Wait, Elcon got to 1751. That's floor 16. Okay, well, that's another one. Maybe we get a PowerPoint presentation. I'm hoping to see Elcon stream as well. So now we have 4 players on floor 16. Elcon also joining there. It's kind of crazy, like when you think about the competition. It's kind of wild. I can show what's left, yeah. In Lars chat, I read an idea about DD3. It is a tower, and you go from up to down. You have a checkpoint, however, you can't respawn on it. If you respawn, a car goes to some trap, and you can't finish the map. The problem with respawns in this game is that you always have 2 types of respawns. One is the flying respawn, and one is the standing respawn. You can trap the standing respawn, but the flying respawn would be much harder to make it like that. As far as I know, it's not possible to make checkpoints without the flying respawn, which means that it will respawn you in the way that you took the checkpoint, which is always, it has to be continuable, right? But okay, so if... Wait, Elcon didn't make 17? Are you sure that Elcon got here? I guess it's not updated yet. Was it on the live tracker? Okay, anyway. Well, if it was the 1751, it would have been this loop. He has to be using the plugin if it wasn't the tracker, right? But it would be this very first section of floor 16. But yeah, so Lars is currently here. Needs to clear these jumps. And both Hazard and Bren have cleared it. Hazard is on this point, Bren has made it here. So what's after? You take the ice dirt wheels, zoop through, and then you jump here. Bren said that this should be fine. Apparently wasn't able to clear it on first try though. Then you go across the beam, avoiding the flags. This might be hard or might be easy, I don't really know. Hard to say for me. Elcon's still at 1675. Fell before 14? Okay. Alright, well, we'll see. Let's hope Elcon gets to 16 though. So then you have, when you get through that, you have now the thing that you practice for here. So you go on the lower part of the dirt wall. Well, it has to be possible, Tem, right? I guess you just very narrowly, like, somehow drift through. I don't know how that's done. It looks pretty tough. So, you grip the dirt wall by being in a slight uphill angle. Dirt works like that. You go around, hit the back wheel on the plastic, and you turn around, and this is the hard part. The turnaround is going to be the toughest part, especially because there's absolutely no recovery. So you go here, now you go to the higher part, and you flip over from somewhere like here, and you hopefully land on this platform. Then into the tunnel. Then you land here, jump probably sideways to avoid falling down. And then around these blocks, nothing super crazy there. And then you have another beam where you have very little space, and you somehow need to push through right wheels onto the uphill. And if you make it, this is end of floor 16. Then a couple like pretty casual jumps. This jump doesn't look very bad. This jump doesn't look very bad. And then you climb, 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 and then you have the final jump. So then you accelerate in a circle. Non-slippery surface, you can go much faster than what you need here before drifting. And then when you feel like you have enough speed, you go to the center, you jump, and hope to reach the red line here. That's the finish. If something happens and you know you don't get enough speed, then you will fall all the way down. So you better hit it first try. No one has beaten the map. New wall record is after the practice dirt wall that I showed just a moment ago. I mean, new and new, it was 2 days ago, but you know. Would those cables be an issue above the blue pipes? No. If you mean the, like, the final part before the ending. We go back. So by cables, do you mean this? Yeah, no, they're too high. So the car will go pretty effortlessly through here. It will go just fine. I don't think anything here is very difficult at all. It's basically just like a transition to the final part. Floor 16 ends on this blue flag. So this is Jumper's part that ends, and then you have Sparkling's ending afterward. Yeah, Bren did get to the practice wall again, and then got the plastic jumps after it. That is the wall record. Is everybody playing it offline now? Are they hiding their strategy? Well, a lot of players have been playing, yeah, off stream, off the server, yes. Elcon is currently playing like that. Hazard has been doing some runs as well, and Bren has been doing some runs like that. I don't know if they're really hiding strats. I think it's more like a stress sort of strategy where you feel like you still need more practice on floor 16, and you try to do it like in this less stressful environment where you're in solo and you can, you know, maybe watch some stream on the side and kind of chill a little bit more and not worry too much about progress. What content after DD2? Well, we have a lot of stuff to discover. We have the desert car that just came out. We have the still map that just came out, the 1 hour tech map. I want to discover that one. And then there's the Finnish Trackmania campaign that I'm also looking for. And also, one thing that I want to do is I want to build like a beginner-friendly endurance map. I am a mapper after all. So now that there's like a bunch of people discovering the game for the first time, I feel like it's a good idea to also build something for them to play. Oh, that's too far. Yeah, I'm just gonna reset. I'm not even trying this anymore. That is such a incomprehensible save. It's faster for me to just start the run over than try to do whatever it is that bobsleigh wants me to do. I don't understand it. How is Core doing? I've seen something new, and I will not tell what it is. That's what I'm saying. Just today, a couple hours ago. That's how it's going. Do you like that update? They call it the desert car because the community deserted it. Nah, I'm sure it's fine. Some people, I've heard very mixed things though. Some people really like it. It seems like think that it's the best of the 3 cars that have come out since November. Oops, that was terrible. And some people think it's the worst car. So I'm looking forward to seeing what it's all about. Thank you, Mike, for the 100 bits. Yeah, beginner-friendly maps. Please, love you. Thank you. We will build something. I want to build something like very mixed style, which means that it would have like multiple different styles that will help you as well when you get into more Trackmania maps. So kind of a way to play one map that has 4 or 5 different styles together, so that you can learn like a bunch of stuff there. Snow car by far the best for you? I think you're in the minority. I feel like most people prefer the rally car to snow car. But I mean, why not? I think the snow car is pretty good now that they fixed the hitbox though. It's much better, much more enjoyable. Seasonal campaign maps are usually a lot of fun trying to get the author medal. Yeah. I will say that they've kind of improved for a while. I still feel like they should probably like try to explore a bit more styles than they are currently. Like there's so many rally maps in this campaign, just like there were so many snow maps in the previous campaign. And it's kind of weird because like we have actually 0 snow car maps in this campaign, right? So you kind of feel like if you started playing the game in the winter campaign and you grinded those snow car maps, then at this point it might feel like you kind of practiced for nothing, because now there's 0 maps that you can use your skills, your newly acquired skills on. So I feel like they should try to go a little bit less on the new cars if they don't plan on using them more than just for one campaign. And probably like just explore some of the more traditional styles that people are actually building. Yeah, it is also kind of strange to me that there's so much wood. So many wood maps in this campaign. Because wood is not even something that came with the rally update. It came with the snowcar update. Elcon on 15? Okay, okay. Thank you for the update. I feel like Canyon Car is the most requested one. I don't know if Nadio is planning on adding it, but it would be probably the one that people want the most. It also plays very differently, right? Like a very drifty car, unlike all the other cars, really. So currently they've added the cars from the very first Trackmania game, Trackmania Original. And then you have Trackmania 2, which has 3 other cars. And those are a little bit different for sure. Lagoon also is very different. It would be cool. It would be cool to have one of them at least. Hiya, big dude. Island car would be cool too, but that's another no-slide car. I feel like Canyon car would give the most like diversity right now. Cup of the Day is fun, yeah. Looking forward to playing some more of it. After the dip. Okay, that looks better. Good. All cars do slide, that's true. But you don't want them to. Come on. This is... Maybe it would be safer to... I'm not sure what the safest way to do this would be. Because that happens like occasionally. It's hard to like steer towards the like side of the block. Island car isn't that much of a no-slide car. Well, I mean, no-sliding is faster than drifting, right? Especially like slower maps will be no-slide maps, right? Like sure, if you build a lot of red turbos, then it's gonna be a drifty, but otherwise not, right? Island does have bug slides, that's true. And they are strong as well. You like basically teleport. Adding too many cars might, you know, make the game a little bit weird, that's true. I think people are just, you know, doing the classic, which is watching Dot move up and down on the leaderboard. On the live tracker. So no one's actually streaming, seems. Let's, you know, just need to get to floor 2 consistently. One of those runs will go through. No finish yet. Hello, Red. Your stream is just many dots moving. Fair. But are the dots actually moving, or are the pixels just making it seem like it's moving, you know? Thank you, Hayden. It's only my 3rd session to actually play the map myself, but it's going pretty well. How many days until you finish the map? I'll finish it today, no problem. I'll one-shot. How many floors is it? 13 floors or something? I'm consciously a bit too fast here. Okay, that worked somehow. I'm very bad at this jump. Maybe I need to find like a really clean entry to it. Okay, I think this will work. Need to be a bit careful. Okay. No PBs today either, I'm pretty sure. From the top players anyway. Haven't really heard from others. What if I turn to the right side instead? Weirdly enough, maybe that can work. I don't really know. Do you think you'll ever finish this map? Not this version of it. But I'll try to finish the one checkpoint per floor version. I think that will already be a pretty good challenge. So much easier, obviously. But yeah, even with all the practice floors and everything, I got airtime. And that kind of spooked me. Okay, I'll need to start a little bit closer, I think, because I'm getting like a weird gear anyway. But yeah, like when the practice floors come out, I'm sure that many people will finish them up. Especially practicing like floor 15 and 16 will help so much. That's after the event. But for me, it's still gonna be mechanically so difficult. Like, it would be hundreds of hours of grinding. And you know, I mean, never say never, I suppose, but... Has watching the events helped you on this map? For sure, yeah. Like, understanding the strategies and what can go wrong definitely helps avoid some mistakes. Just knowing where to go as well speeds things up a lot. Hi, Zero. Are we expecting the top players might start streaming again soon, as they will be getting close? I mean, I would have already actually expected that to happen, like this week. Last week. But, well, it seems like maybe the players are thinking that 416 is so hard that it's gonna take a bit more time. Apparently Bren will be streaming tomorrow, from what I heard. This ice slide is kind of tricky. I wanna be consistent on it because I think I can. I know there's the cheese way now to do it without the ice slide as well. And like back up on the beam below and take like a press forward line towards the jump. But I don't feel like I'm struggling with this enough to do that. Just some very small adjustments to get the clean line. One thing you want to do is avoid inputs. So you don't want to like spam left and right more than you need to. Causes many more issues with speed than it helps. So you want to kind of predict like, okay, the car is about to turn straight, so now I should already counter steer. That's kind of the key to ice. Like, you need to do all the inputs sort of preemptively. You can't really react to what's happening right now. If something goes wrong, it usually means that you made a mistake like a couple seconds ago. Not always. Some super small adjustments can be kind of like reaction based, but okay, that was barely enough speed. Maybe a little bit more is needed still. Yeah, Elcon apparently was on floor 15, but not on stream. Fell down apparently to... Okay, that was so bad, but okay. I'll take it. What is the exact rule on streaming the winning run? Could they be streaming secretly somehow? I guess, yeah. I don't think there's any account limitations. So they could be streaming on like, you know, some random accounts in secret. And then reveal the stream once the run finishes. This curved wall at the back is so annoying. Because you kind of... You have the line, but then you back against the wall to get the most speed. And then the curved wall changes your line. Time to hunt dead Twitch categories. You can make your own category, that's the problem. Like, you can just type whatever you want in the category. So it's impossible to find. I don't think you even need a category, right? You don't even actually need a category. So you can... Yeah. You can actually be, like, unfindable on Twitch, basically. Oh no. Oh, whew, that was fortunate. I think I should take a little bit less speed. Gamba on Have overtaking me. Obvious PB is like... How many floors? 8 floors above me? How do you think that Gamba will go? Okay, bones please. Ah, no. I made like a directional input a bit too late. So that also changes how the car behaves in the air. I need to... I think I need to make like an action key turn there instead, maybe. Wasn't having a category mandatory in Twitch? I think there are ways to not use one. But I mean, if you really want to, you can just make your own category. You will be absolutely unfindable, because there's like tens of thousands of categories, right? Just going to just chatting, yeah. There's probably like 1 million channels live there right now, with 1 viewer each. So no one will find you. Or you can stream on like a random YouTube account, or you know, I don't know, some completely unknown streaming site as well, I guess. I suppose, you know, maybe it's worth checking with the organizers if you want to do something weird like that. Oops. Does it have to be on Twitch? Let me check, because I did also get the player rules. Let me check. DD2 is too hard, yes or no? I think no, but it depends on what the metric is. Is it too hard for an event like this? Probably, maybe a little bit, but as just like a challenge, like a finish challenge like this, I don't think so. There's like a small difference, because if you specifically want to curate it for an event like this, then yeah, it should probably be good. Okay, so here's what the player thing says. Yeah. So. Participants in Deep Deep 2 are not required to stream their entire participation, just their finishing run. Participants and streamers are encouraged to promote contributions to the DD2 prize pool. This can be achieved, blah blah blah. That is not really... Yeah, that's just about the... Is there really... There's really nothing else I feel about, like, directly about... Like the website, or that was really the only thing, right? Your finishing run must be streamed in its entirety to be eligible for any prizes. There's no mention of like a website or account or anything in the like original rules. Doesn't seem. So really, yeah. I mean, I guess, you know, maybe something has changed. I feel like that's... I mean, there's more rules to it about, like, you know, the like practicing and things like this. But in the original rules that I've seen, yeah, there's no mention of like a website or anything. No, yeah, Autoline, you're completely true. Like, it wouldn't be worth it because you would be targeted by the entire community for essentially ruining the event. Like, there would be some people, I guess, who would, you know, applaud the fact that you know, found this kind of like a clever way to hide your strategies. But I think most people would feel like it's a bit of a cheap way to, you know, a stream on some unknown account and then suddenly just appear like, oh, by the way, I finished the run. So, like, it wouldn't be worth it because you might be, like, exiled from the community rather than, you know, celebrated for finishing the map, you know? You don't need to use the plugin. Oops. Also doesn't say whether or not it has to be a live stream. I think it's, like, implied, though. Like, if your run needs to be streamed in its entirety, then it should mean that it has to be a live stream, right? That would make sense. Only stream the audio. Thank you, Mike, for the 100 bits. Remember hydration? I do. Thank you. Yeah, Simo has been playing both Kaki and this map. But, you know, I'm sure the organizers have, like, clarifications. If someone wants to try to, like, bend the rules, let's say. But also, it would be interesting to know, like, if your stream has, like a huge disconnect at some point, like, your connection cuts out for, like, 2 minutes, or, like, OBS crashes for 2 minutes or something. I wonder if that would still be okay. Like, how strict is it? Searching SoundCloud for Brennan Hazard. Is swearing allowed in the winning run? I would imagine yes. Aoteki is leading Kaki now? I'm not surprised. Oh yeah, imagine the stream having like a huge lag spike as you're finishing the run. No, that would be insane. Okay, that was better. Oh. I don't like this. How do I... Okay. That'll do. I guess I can, like, diagonally land against the pole. I don't really need to land fully sideways. Thank you, Alter States. If you finish offline, aren't you allowed to go online, do it and collect prize? Sure, like if you finish first off stream, then you would be allowed to go back on stream and do another run, yes. You could finish the map twice. Wait, am I really too slow? It's moving. Really, it's fine. I have a 1 speed. Surely that's enough. Absolutely overwhelming. Oh no, I have 0 speed though. But the car is still moving, is it not? No, it's moving backwards. Come on. What is this section, dude? This reminds me of Bum's khaki map, actually, which was a very cool khaki map. Thank you, anonymous gifter, for gifting us up to hour 66. Much appreciated. I don't understand how this works. I press forward and I go backward. Okay, sure. I mean, if it works. Thank you, Mike, for the 100 bits as well. 66. By the way, today's day 34. And if you're a well-seasoned Trackmania memer, you might know what that means. No, it's not that year. This will end bad, I feel. I would need to get onto the beam. There was this one case about 34% steering. I feel like I don't even remember the full context. Was it? It was Midori, right? Some specific turn on Midori. It was about analog keyboards being able to lock steering in specific percentages. Come on. What am I really looking for here? Thank you, Mike, for the 100 more. Wait, hold on. 100 minus 34 equals 66? God damn. You did it. Does that mean that on day 100 this map is gonna be finished? Does it mean that you need 100 speed for the final jump? Does it mean that it will take me 100 years to survive this section? Honestly, I would be better off just restarting. Can I just do something? Today is day 34, yes. I did say it 1 minute ago. It still definitely didn't take 66 hours to validate. But I think what Jumper did say at one point is that Techie took 1 hour to finish floor 16 as a playtester. So that already means, like, yeah, it's hard. Dude. Can something happen? Okay, I'll just restart, whatever. It will take me 4 minutes to get back there. Deep Deep 1 took around 66 hours to be finished. I think it was 64. Don't think Bren has has improved at all today. Like, if we look at the World Record Alerts Discord channel on the Deep Dip Discord, there's like almost nothing from today. So no one's really got any good runs going. We'll see, maybe Hazard will still play today. Maybe Lars will still, I don't know, we'll see. Elcon, maybe? Elcon was just playing, but maybe Elcon is streaming later too, I don't know. Scrappy's playing? Yeah, off stream, right? Or was it on stream? Scrappy's live, okay. Well, maybe there's some runs. I think that once someone actually gets the final jump, the hype will kinda get back there. And I mean, whenever Bren or Hazard are getting, or Lars are getting like floor 16 attempts, there's still a lot of hype around it. So I don't think the competition taking longer, I don't think it really takes away from the achievement of finishing. I feel like it adds to it, ultimately. Oh no. So what I try to do here, I just try to take like a line through the second turn. Like the first turn is kind of whatever, but the second turn is more important because I need to exit the ice slide after the second turn almost immediately. Like I already want the car to start like straightening out without having to release at all. So this first turn I don't care, but here I want the car to like get this angle when it gets the jump. If you start like releasing a lot to straighten the car there, that also means that you will lose a lot of speed. So I want it to like naturally straighten. It's a little tricky to time. Okay, yeah, sure, no problem. Huh. Okay, you know what? I'll take it. That works for me. I feel like seeing the players still get on like almost every day into the map, whether it's on stream or off stream, still playing after like all the garbage falls that they've had, all the super unlucky plastic bounce combinations that they need to go through every single day. It's pretty admirable. Like, at the end of the day, if you just keep doing runs every day, I think the players are close enough that eventually they will get there. But that is not good. So, I don't think anyone's, like, about to give up or anything. Sure, they're frustrated, they're tired, exhausted. But I don't think they're showing signs of giving up right now. The top 4 anyway. Oh, okay. Haven't watched those, Mike. I don't really want to watch someone else's YouTube stuff here. Hi there. I've seen some clips though from Spam. They're pretty funny. Hello? It's one wheel, please. This looks really bad. Maybe a little bit back? Okay. Of course. Hi, Bun. Giving up at this point, yeah, it would be, like, you know, if you're somewhere in, like, floor 11, 12, 13, it kind of makes sense because there's so much left still, but you're halfway through floor 16. I don't think any one of those players are looking to give up here. They understand that they have a good chance to win. It is another car. Have it on the server. Okay, a little bit more speed. I guess maybe I need to be... Oh, I can just be a little bit slower in the flip. Yeah, okay. That makes sense. That was terrible, but okay. You didn't eat anything today, just came back home? It's almost not today anymore. Hope your food arrives quickly. Anyone PB today or yesterday? Not really, no. Just don't understand what they're actually doing right now. I think avoiding burnout, maybe. Maybe like at this point they are in sort of survival mode. Maybe it's some, like, self-preservation type of thing. Where you try to get practice. You just try to keep your, like, mindset positive about the map. I don't understand how difficult this is. I feel like I'm overthinking this. Does it say 435 on your car? Yes. Okay, I'm gonna try action key 2. Maybe? 40% steering. I'll try 3. I'll try 3, I think. Let's go for that. Okay, that was weird, but... Alright, hey. That works. Maybe the action key 3. So you can use action keys to reduce the steering percentage, and on keyboard that's pretty nice. because normally it's just 0% or 100%. So being able to toggle action key to reduce the steering is very good. Lining up for some of these things. Lets you kind of like have the precision of a controller to an extent. Not exactly. Controller can still be a little bit more precise, of course. But it's something. Okay. I think I understand the timing of that. There's like a line on the quarter pipe that I can aim for. And then over here. Oh, that was so close. Okay, I need a little bit more. But now I feel like I understand how I need to do that. Alright, I think I'll start getting to floor 3 a lot more. What does that 435 stand for? It is a Shootmania speedrun. Exclamation point 435. Hi, Zach. Dato is top 2 on your keyboard? God damn. Or not your keyboard. Your FTC map on keyboard. Kinda short. I remember also Elcon had some like really good rally campaign runs. Hello, Ion. Okay, floor 0 is going pretty well now. And I think floor 1 is going pretty well too. Really the first jump right now is still the one that I'm most scared of on floor 2. It should be pretty accurate. The 14.5 hours, yeah. Scrappy on 13? Okay. I haven't asked Scrappy for restream permission, so... Probably shoot a message later. But we'll see, maybe Scrappy can get to floor 14. Get some PBs going. I don't like this line. Yeah. I have to say, like, floor 1, the saves are all like just memes, right? Surely you're not ever meant to take any of them. It's kind of funny when on like floor 8 we have so many pools and flat ground, and then on floor 1 it's some floor 16 level trial tricks or some like puzzles that are impossible to solve, or just plastic blocks that you will never land on. Oops. Did mappers know which floor they were building? No. Some probably did. Like, for example, Sparkling, the main person behind the project definitely did know that, you know, the final jump would be the final jump and the first floor would be the first floor, of course. But I think otherwise the floors were basically ordered by difficulty. So, with some exceptions. For example, apparently floor 3 was meant to be before floor 2. But they didn't want to have 2 ice-based floors in a row. So now floor 2 might be a little bit trickier than floor 3, but it's so that you don't have like a ice start to the map entirely. Even more so, like, with the mapping competition that they had. Basically anyone could build a floor, and they were all supposed to be, like, secret. So, none of the mapping competition builders knew what anyone else was building. So not only did they not know what floor they were building, but also not what anyone else was building. Which probably makes it even harder to try to design something for, like, a specific purpose on the map. Was floor 12 supposed to be somewhere else? I feel like there was like something where floor 12 might have been meant to be before floor 11, but I guess there was something about like ordering the floors that made it work better this way. Floor 12 does have way better recoveries, for example, so maybe that was it. Is there a specific starting point to each floor? Yes, and a specific endpoint. The floor template, it essentially works in like a spiral, so it's a half circle upwards, and there was a predefined start block and predefined end block. So they can just stack those floors on top of each other. It's a clever way to design this. Hi Karopa, did anyone finish DD2? Nope, but they are still trying. Okay, that'll do. Was terrible, but... oh, what? It's a bit of a tough time for the top players. They are on the final floor. There's less than 10 tricks that are unsolved on the map. But it is tough. Because they are not really getting those runs onto the final floor right now. That is the problem. And we're expecting at least one trick on floor 16, the final dirt wall ride, to be one of the hardest tricks on the entire map. So that also doesn't really help. Oh yeah, that's all good. Diplodocus. Scrappy on floor 14. Could be a PB, right? I think Scrappy is somewhere in the middle of it. The personal best. Nothing much has happened on this map today. One thing I did see on Discord is that people are theorizing some shortcuts. Actually, one thing that I could show about that is that I saw Hazard... Well, I'm getting a lot of freezes. I probably need to restart the game. I saw Hazard theorycraft something. I think it was going to this window and this beam, and I think it was, what was it? Dropping down here. Yeah, that was the idea. So you would go, I guess, on the beam, or maybe to this window even. No, this angle sucks. This looks interesting, but looks super difficult to do. So, you know, I guess you would go from the beam, and you would drop down somehow onto this ledge, and then you would go into the wall ride section. So you would skip quite a bit with this as well. There's been a lot of ideas. What Shmanuel has been trying is going to this pool, so going to the shortcuts. This place, and then dropping down here. And then there's this gap here, and you can go into the pool, and then climb back over here. That could be an interesting strat as well. Didn't yet manage to pull it off. I don't really like that. I think I started with the backwards gear. That's better. So can I start like on this ramp, for example, to avoid like weird airtime? Yeah, I can. I'm still getting like a weird gear down or something, but I guess it's working. Both of them even skipped the Elcon skip, yeah. And I had another idea as well. My idea, which seems ridiculous, and I don't know if it works, because the wood physics are a mystery. But you would again go here, on the shortcuts, but you would drop down over here on this recovery path. But on the recovery path there's a gap, right? So you could go here, land on this crystal that seems conveniently placed, and then jump and land sideways on the wood wall. And the wood wall has like insane grip. So I'm really wondering if you can stick to the wall in this angle, or if it's gonna slide down. That is really the question. Because if you can stick to it, then you just drive over here, and now you're on the wall right as well. So that would be another idea as well. But I think at this point, players generally are consistent enough on floor 13 that they might not really try to go for these kinds of things. Scrappy going for PB next jump. Nice, okay. 6k bun. The maximum for affiliates. 8k is for partners. How come no one is playing on the server? Price pool big? You don't need to play on the server to be eligible for the price pool. So you can play in solo as well. So people are playing like off stream, which is... that doesn't make you eligible for the price pool, so... yeah. But we're following the people who are playing solo and are streaming. Oh, whoops. Okay, that was too late to recover. I noticed too late. Oh. It was pretty close if I kept turning, but okay. Scrappy PB, okay. Solid. Hi, Olam. Oh, that's pretty weird, bum. I am getting stutters, though, but I think that's a Trackmania thing. You know what? Now that I don't have a run, let me restart the game real quick. Because that usually fixes it. Like, you know, the game has things like this. That's just Trackmania. Trackmania moment, yeah. Okay. Takes only a couple seconds to restart. Yeah, I'm gonna test that immediately after the event is over, Zazek. I'm really curious if it works. What's happening on the dip? Not that much. The WR clip comment is still up to date. Okay, that's normal. That kind of a lag spike is normal when you first join the game. But at least no stutters now. No progress today, unless we count some PBs on lower floors. Elcon was playing off stream, but didn't get a PB. But Scrappy is currently on a PB run. Can I not? There's one thing, Tato, which is that I think Fishu beats you on my NASCAR map, or whatever. It's not a NASCAR map, but you know. Didn't he? A good run. I need to ask Trackmania Exchange to give me a not a NASCAR map tag that I can use for these maps that are absolutely not old school NASCAR, but could still be counted as being like, you know, they use the same mechanics, right? Not Scar works, yeah. At what part of floor 16 would you get a new height PB? The dirt wall, right? Yes. Height PB thing is cool in a way, because it allows people to hide progress on floor 16. Kinda true, but you could also just not use the plugin, right? So you can hide it much better that way too. Why do you call it a NASCAR map? So NASCAR is kind of like a Trackmania style that is very different from NASCAR in real life. Meaning that, you know, you can have loops and wall rides and such as well. You're not only driving in a circle, you know. But they still have like things that in the old school NASCAR scene they want the maps to have, like the multi-lap aspect and usually some auto slides, and a lot of the turns are kind of standardized how you build them. Yeah, I don't think there are loops in real life NASCAR. I could be wrong. My style of NASCAR building, it basically is surrounded by the same techniques. So you have like high-speed maps where you essentially you don't want to drift much. You release before turns. So you basically drive at high speeds, but it's not full speed. You need to do like acceleration releases to clear the turns, and it's very satisfying. It's very fun. But I like to use weird block combinations, and I don't always build multi-laps, and I like to do some weird jumps sometimes. And that's not really like what the old school NASCAR style is about, I guess. So that's why I try to make a difference there. Yeah, I don't know what it is, NASCAR. It's not that good. For some reason people like it though. I mean, it's good. It's good if people like it. Definitely not my best map ever or anything. I did use a loop in one of my recent maps though. Oh. Yo, Gauss. Thank you for gifting 6 months of tier 1 sub to one headbots. Thank you so much. Oh damn. Much appreciate you. I should have maybe told you that if I eventually sometime get partnered it comes with a lifetime subscription for bots. So, you know, well, I mean, we'll see. Maybe, maybe I should have told you. Oh well, I appreciate the support, dude. Have you ever built a Cup of the Day map? Yes. I built one in 2021, but usually my style is a little bit different from Cup of the Day maps. I don't build it too much. What are you missing for a partner? So basically, they want to see the like big numbers from the last 2 months. So I'm waiting for like a week or two for the previous month to also have those numbers, basically. That's all. So I haven't applied right now. I did apply in the past, and then they said that, you know, they want more consistency and stuff. Now it should be pretty consistent, I guess, overall. Just need like a week. Oh. Oh no. I'm not doing this. Okay, fine. I'll try the bobsleigh again. I just don't think that anything can happen here. Oh, is there a save? Oh, Have is going down. Oh, he's going like all the way down. Yeah, alright. Well, I thought Have would maybe show me some save, but okay. I'm gonna try this. I'm gonna try this one more time. Maybe I'll fly to the pool somehow. Maybe I'll try just a bobsleigh line. Just what is this? Can you just build a normal safe route? What am I... like, seriously, what kind of... I've tried this like 6 times and it doesn't do anything ever. What is this? Yo, Mike, thanks so much for the gift up. I am PD. Scrappy got 15? Oh, let's go. One more player there. Now... where was Schmaniel's PB again? Did Scrappy just take top 5? Oh, it didn't get 15. Failed the landing on the floor? Oh no. I suppose that's still top 5, yeah. Very solid, very solid. So yeah, how do Cup of the Day maps get picked? How many hours in the editor to make the NASCAR map? I don't know, maybe 15. Not that many. Which is why it's not that good. But, I mean, if people like it, then, you know, people like it, I guess. Okay, I'll build a better one next time. It's a little bit more refined. I actually like the reactor style, though. That's kind of cool. Elcon going for a run? Oh, yeah? Okay, that's probably off stream again, still. Simple maps can be good, that's true, but it's not like a simple versus complex problem. It's just that I had an autoslide issue where if you go high enough speed, which is like 700 to 800 when you have super reactors, which is very fast, but like you hit those speeds with the reactor boost. So really the problem that I had was that you would sometimes, with a very clean line, get an autoslide that would essentially just ruin your run. So what I did to fix that issue is I made like a way slower turn on the previous section than what felt natural to avoid this like future issue with the autoslide. So now the previous turn is bad, but the rest of the map works. So that's like really the only issue with the map. I think they're the same VODs. Yeah, Scrappy is keeping the grind going, even with like some pretty pretty big falls. You know what? I think this... Okay, no, it's not gonna work. I didn't really get the speed. Could have worked. But yeah, so Cup of the Day maps essentially work like this. So, you build a map first, and then when you save the map, you calculate the shadows, you set an author time, then the game gives you the option to throw it into a live test. Live test means that a bunch of different players who are, you know, sending their maps in, or, you know, you can just join the live test server. They play every map that's submitted to it for 3 minutes. You submit it once, people play your map once, and if your map gets good enough ratings after the map is played, it works with like a star system, so people can rate your map between 1 and 5 stars. So if you get very good ratings, then your map will be auto-queued later. If it doesn't, then it will not. But basically, you submit your map to the server, people play it for 3 minutes, and you're hoping that people give it as many 5-star ratings as possible, because you need like 4.5 or 4.6 like average vote to get Cup of the Day, usually. When your map has like at least 30 to 40 votes, and when your rating is, you know, somewhere in the 4.5 and above range, Nadio will test the map. That was a terrible jump. Oh, this might be actually savable. But this is another, like, trial jump. I guess, like, jumping from here to the pool. Okay, let's give it a go, I guess. Nadio will test your map, and then Nadio will ultimately make the call if your map is good enough for Cup of the Day or not. If it's good enough... Okay, that was not good enough. Then they will add it to Cup of the Day in like a week or 2, usually. If it's not good enough, they will just not add it. They're not gonna tell you in advance whether your map is gonna be Cup of the Day or not, so you will see that they played your map. You will see that Nadio has tried out your map, but then you will not actually know until the day of the Cup of the Day if it's added or not to the Cup of the Day. Elcon floor 15? Gotcha. Good luck to Elcon. Maybe another floor 16 attempt? Do the players know the map maker? Yeah, they do. Usually the mapper is also on the server. Kind of, you know. It's kind of meant to be a system where everyone sends in their own map, but also stays to play other players' maps. That's kind of supposed to be the system. Are you allowed to play your own map in Cup of the Day? Yes. But, so, this is a little bit of a weird thing. So there's nothing blocking you from playing your own map or even winning your own map. But there was one case in particular where there was a map that was actually a NASCAR map. And it was a pretty difficult one to learn. It was like a pretty long map. And the mapper was playing that map in the Cup of the Day, in Division 1. So there's like this division system where 64 players of the time attack, you have 15 minutes to set a time, and the 64 best players with the best times get to Division 1, and the next 64 get to Division 2, and so on. Usually there's like, I guess, 30, 40, 50 divisions or something. So this mapper, pretty good player, gets into Division 1, and then just plays there. Because there's no, you know, no system in place to block the mapper from playing. So then everyone kind of gets a bit frustrated at that. because they feel like there's like an etiquette to not play your own map in Cup of the Day. And I think the mapper reached like all the way to like top 5 or something before before essentially just giving up, because others were telling the mapper to stop playing. But it was kind of like yeah, a weird thing, because the mapper didn't really know that there was an etiquette like that. Like you could say that it kind of makes sense, because the mapper might have like 10 hours of just tryharding the map, right? Whereas everyone else gets 15 minutes. So it's a little bit of a unfair advantage, we could say. Oh, Elcon on the ice jump. Oof. A lot of the time what mappers do instead is they get like a strong qualifying time, often like get like a top 1 qualifying time pretty easily. And what they do is they go into Division 1, but they DNF the first round. So they just don't finish the round. And then they spectate the rest of Division 1, because there's no other way to spectate Division 1, or any other division, than just qualifying there. I don't do that myself, because I feel like even if I'm in Division 1, I'm still taking away like 1 spot from someone else who could have made it there, right? So usually if I'm involved in a map and it becomes a Cup of the Day map, which is like not only my own map but also some other maps, like we had this Khaki of the Day thing last year that I was involved in, so I just didn't play it because I feel a bit weird taking away like the spot from the person who qualifies as 65th. I feel like they deserve to be in Div 1 instead of me. But like, it's pretty well sort of accepted that mappers will play it. And I mean, this is just like something that I do. I'm not saying that the mappers are doing anything wrong. Because I also feel, on the other hand... oh, come on. that the mappers deserve to see, like, spectate Division 1 on their own map. So I feel like what would be nice if you could just spectate the servers, right? You could just look into Division 1 of your own map without having to qualify there. That would be cool. Elcon floor 16, goddamn. I wish we could see that run, but okay, Elcon. Breaking the curse after a few days. Becoming the 4th person to make the floor 16, goddamn. Very nice. Oh, that's an interesting idea, Autumn. Like, if you clear a floor enough times, you would be able to start from that floor the next time. Would be really difficult to like actually do that, but that would be an interesting idea. How do you feel about the issue people like Spec are having with Cup of the Day map review, where like a few trolls can rate the map so badly it won't get picked for Cup of the Day after all the time to map it? I have a lot of problems with the map review. So what I know is that Nadio did announce like an update where the 1-star votes from people who are like constantly doing them would matter less. I don't know if that's still, you know, in place. But, you know, that sounds like a good way to counter it. Like, you know, if you constantly vote 1-star on every map, then, you know, that's probably gonna be... It's probably gonna be good that your vote just doesn't matter that much. So. Your favorite game mode so far? It's fun to discover everyone's maps, but the actual voting system is weird, because in only 3 minutes, you have no way of telling if a map is good or not. 3 minutes is not enough to make up your mind about some map that is like 1 minute long, potentially. So, like, map review has a lot of issues. And, I mean, also sometimes, like, people will just not like maps. But that makes it a little bit, like, weird to also build certain styles. Like, one of the issues with map review is that it kind of, like, favors maps that are very flashy or look nice. Because, like, when you only have essentially your first impression that you can make up your mind with, right? Then it means that like the flashy and good-looking maps will usually get the best ratings. So that can mean that some pretty like badly optimized maps can make it into Cup of the Day because no one has time to figure out that they are badly optimized. So it has like a bunch of issues, and the whole system would probably need to be remade to really work out. And one of the issues is also that players that join map review aren't explicitly told that they are voting for Cup of the Day. So, you know, if you see like a really insane press forward map, you are supposed to give it like a bad rating because it's not suitable for Cup of the Day. Because that's what the map review is meant for, but who's going to, right? And also like 4 stars can already make it hard for a map to get into Cup of the Day. So essentially if you vote anything but 5 stars, you're like already like sabotaging the mapper basically. So like everything's kind of weird. You have to click on Cup of the Day to get to map review. You don't, because when you build a map and you save the map, it gives you an option to live test your map. When you click live test, it just sends you to the map review server. It doesn't tell you anything else. So you will not be told that it's for Cup of the Day. Sure, if you there's like the way to join it through the track review, like yeah, the menu. I know which one you mean, but like it should be very clearly stated what the maps are for. Like what are you voting for? No, yeah, I mean, yeah, it's something that like currently the threshold, the highest that the threshold has been for a Cup of the Day to get accepted has been like 4.7 stars average, which is insanity. So like a lot of the time, yeah, voting 5 stars is basically like I would be fine with this map appearing in Cup of the Day. Yeah, that's the other way, not the Cupic. But through the oh, that doesn't either. Oh, interesting. Even that doesn't say TLTD? Elcon more progress? Oh yeah? Still on floor 16? I so dislike this platform. Oh. Terrible camera angle. Okay. I'm just gonna go off the edge here, and then carefully. Nice. 7 meters below PB? What's the height? How are people keeping up with Elcon if they're not streaming? By looking at the height tracker. Because Elcon is still using the plugin. 1695. Oh, wait, hold on. That's already on the wheel hang, I think. Oh, wait, hold on. If the PB is not 1750 or 1740 something... Okay, 1750 is the loop. 49, okay. Right, so 1698 means that Elcon has made the loop clean. So Elcon has tried the loop. So 96 is a bit of a strange number. It could be here. With some terrible luck, Elcon might be like turtled on this plastic or something. Because this one is 98. But I think... So this one... Is this one the 96? Also. What was this height? Does anyone remember? This might be 96. So Elcon is like stable on 1750. What does that mean? Is Elcon on top of the loop or something? Oh, that's PB. Okay, so... Okay. Does anyone remember what the height of this is? So, one block is 8 meters, which means that this is 90, this is 98, and this is somewhere a little bit below 98. I'm not sure if this is 96. After loop, 96. Oh, so here, maybe? No, wait, that doesn't make sense. Okay, after wall rise platform. What is the wall rise platform? This is surely more than 96. This is 1700 something. Or do you mean that this is gonna be 96? Oh, but this is the same height, right? Okay, so yeah, if this is the 96, then it's the same as this one. Okay. Elcon is live now. Okay. So let's jump in. Okay. All right. Good. I was getting a headache from this. Yeah. All right. Okay. Elcon starting stream casually. From here. That is the 96. So here he is. I do have restream permission from Elcon. And from the skid marks, we see that Elcon already tried this. Yeah, looks good. So, strategy here, basically the way that this can go wrong is that if you miss the left wheel, the back wheel from clipping, that's like the most usual way to finish this. So if you hit the front wheel on top of the wall, but you don't get the back wheel, or if you get a little bit like too much speed, the car can sort of like get a bouncy landing into the wall, and then it will sort of bounce off of it, even if you get both wheels. That was a little unstable, a little bit scary. It's possible to bounce off of this pole if you get unlucky. Essentially what that means is that you can land like too close to the ramp of the pool, which means that you can kind of like slide off and bounce off the other side. Or you can even just get like a really weird, nonsensical plastic bounce. Bren and Lars have both failed this pool, in the sense that, you know, they've bounced off. So it's not like safe to practice in a sense. That much we know. Lars did it with inputs on stream once, but I'm pretty sure Elcon knows. Like, the exit is really the hard part. The entry, not really input dependent. Like, really all it is getting the timing right. Getting the height with both wheels right, not going too high so the car doesn't bounce off, and not getting too much speed. The speed seems to be pretty automatic here, though. But for the exit, you do need the inputs to be pretty good. So, I think Elcon has probably seen the Lars clip, and we have seen it as well, which basically means you are going to press forward through the final part, and then press left when you start dropping. Which is basically, you know, that was our guess anyway, like forward and left. That was basically what we were already thinking, because we knew from Brent's and Lars's previous attempts that nothing else had really worked. So it was either gonna be only press forward or press forward and left. And yeah, it's PF left. So right now what Elcon's mistake is going a little bit too high. You need to get like a pretty exact line. So you see how the left side wheels are going pretty high, and then when they like drop back on top of the wall, the car kind of bounces. So you want to get like the height very exact. But if you only get the front wheel up and you don't get the back wheel up, then that's another issue. You will fall down as well. Who do you think will finish first? I mean, it's too hard to say right now. 4 players on floor 16 right now. Their personal bests anyway. That was way too high. Okay. A bit scary when you bounce like that, because you kind of risk bouncing off the pool more. This run will not finish the map. There's no way. Your first run into floor 16 ever will not one-shot floor 16. That's probably going to be a pretty safe bet. There are still so many undiscovered parts on this floor as well. There hasn't been a single floor for a long time that actually was one-shot. We are watching Elcon, by the way. I mean, is it theoretically possible to one-shot the hardest floor in Deep Deep 2? Sure, but like, we've had no one do anything like that. I think the last floor that was one-shot by someone was floor 1, one-shot by Lars. So yeah, we might be practicing this for a while. Wasn't floor 3 one-shot? By whom? Most of floor 15 was almost one-shot by Hazard. Hazard's first run ended on the jump before the shrimp plastic part. Hazard only did 1/3 of floor 15 on the first attempt. Was almost one-shot by Elcon. Yeah, Elcon did do a very solid first run on 15. I think the the difference there is that every single trick that Elcon did do had been tried by someone else. We still have like 6 sections on this floor that no one has been to. And we expect those all to be harder than floor 15 sections. Water guard is past the plastic jumps on this floor. It wouldn't count because the full run needs to be streamed, yes. So, really quickly. So you do the wall hang, and you land here with the correct inputs. This jump, pretty rough. Lars has made it here. Then these 2 jumps into the tunnel, and then jumping between these beams here, and then going here. Hazard has made it here. And then Bren has been able to also do the plastic jumps over here. We've seen a screenshot of that. That's what we know. That is the water guard. We are watching Elcon's stream, so we will see exactly what Elcon is seeing. Basically, none of the top players are playing on the server anymore, but I do have the permission to restream from Elcon. You think this trick requires a very precise setup, or that they haven't found the correct one yet? No, this is the correct one. It is just like the setup is going to be like 90% of the trick, and the exit is like 10%. Actually staying on the wall is really not going to be difficult. It's fairly automatic. I have restream permissions from Hazard, Elcon, Lars, and Schmaniel. Is he going too fast? He's going a bit too high. I haven't asked Scrappy. Elcon probably has some music or something though, no? Or is it just the car sounds? No music? Oh really? I mean, I guess we could. Yeah, so like you see how the successful attempts, basically the car barely goes over the beam. That's what your goal is. You don't want to go too high, because otherwise the power in which the wheels drop down onto the beam is going to make the car unstable enough. You want like a very, very clean entry. Like there, too high, right? That's really what it's about. So again, the 2 ways to fail is that you don't get the back wheels onto the beam, and you go too high. That was good. A jumper taking notes? I don't think you need to take notes. I think you know this. Maybe I'm wrong, but I am pretty confident. Maybe Jumper has never done these tricks before. Just slammed some blocks onto the map and was like, oh, they will figure it out. Let the players try it out. I don't know what to do here. Whatever. And then the other mappers were like, oh, I guess Jumper knows what to do here. It's probably fine. And then actually, like, no one has ever played this before. It's so close, though. There could be a little bit more to it. Maybe there's, like, a little bit about the line as well with landing. Like, you might want to follow the wall right for a little bit longer. Instead of going, like, straight up and then trying to land, I suppose. So maybe you kind of want to have some initial speed towards the actual, like, wall right direction. That was pretty good. Surprisingly, actually, because I kind of saw that the front wheel was pretty high there, but I suppose it works. That was definitely too high, though. Like, when you go very high, then the car will actually, like, turn, like, flat, more flat into the beam. So that's definitely not good. So yeah, this is the actual, like, practice section for this. The actual route goes to the left. It's a long wall ride, but I don't think the length of the wall ride is really the one thing that adds difficulty. It's probably more like a way to force the like, exit point to be in a specific place. To be able to build on the other side of this. I think it's kind of whatever. If you get the landing, it's whatever. If it's gonna be like a 1 minute wall ride or a 5-second wall ride. I think it's gonna be pretty stable. That was Kai. So yeah, Elcon for the first time on floor 16. And one-shotting the previous section. Previous 2 sections already. So then the wall hang. I think Elcon will probably stay here for a while. The assumption is going to be that you don't finish this run. Because the floor is hard. And also Elcon didn't stream this entire run, so it's probably best if Elcon doesn't finish, because it would not be eligible for the prize pool. We get ads. McDonald's. Yay. So basically, it's just gonna be getting into this plastic block at the end. Landing in. That's basically it. So the plastic here will push you away from the wall, and then you keep holding forward, and you press left as you're about to drop down. That's basically it. That is the strategy. We've seen that being done by the others. Oh, I got gifted. Thank you. You guys are too kind. If you get to the end of stream, it's probably best to respawn before touching the finish line. There's another strat. The strat could be that you wait until your run is like 9 hours long. So you just leave the game on. Because usually when your run is like 7 hours or longer, the run doesn't save on the leaderboard. This is like a game bug or something. I don't really know if it's a bug, but the one time I contacted Nadia about this, they seem to think that it's a bug. So basically, you can still finish the map, but it will not appear on the leaderboard so that no one can check what the replay is about. Because once your replay is on the leaderboard, anyone can watch that and check the inputs and check the strats. They can slow it down, watch everything with different angles if they want. Would turning internet off also work? Sure, yeah, I guess. But maybe that would also cause some other issues in the game. That was clean. So, yeah. Isn't this just building muscle memory, which will be useless on the real one, since it's on the opposite side? Not really, because what Elcon is probably looking out here for is like how the car is going over the wall ride, right? So if I was doing this, what I would pay attention to is I would be looking at what the line of the car is through this wall ride block. So, like, how high are the left side wheels when you drive over this block? And that's gonna be something you can utilize on this side. So you can have like a visual cue. It's not only about having muscle memory, but having those visual cues and knowing like what you're going for, really. So yeah, the muscle memory, sure, like doing it to the other direction is gonna be a different thing, but it's not everything. The visual cues are important as well. Thank you, Mike, for the 150. You'll get back, I'm sure. Turn the keyboard around. There we go. Getting better. Very clean. Can you tell someone who never played this the expected outcome if the trick is done right? The lower half bounces on the block. So the expected outcome is that you stay on the wall. So this is the practice section. Elcon is only trying this out to figure out like what exactly the line has to be. So what Elcon is going for here is basically just figuring out the visual cues, understanding how to drive. We're not really expecting anything to happen here on this right side, apart from the wall, the car actually staying on the wall until the block. The reason why there's like a barrier on the wall is to drop the car down. When you go into the actual wall, which is on the other side, you just want the car to land so it doesn't fall down, and when you land and the car doesn't stay there, the car stays on the wall, I mean. It doesn't fall from there. Then you've done it right. And then you just care about the exit. This is currently Elcon's PB, yes. Because we're waiting for the 3 in a row. Wow, that was perfect. So if you get that kind of a landing that doesn't go above the wall at all, that's going to land every single time. So the higher you go above the wall, the less your chances to actually land clean. Did you say times above 7 hours don't count? So it depends. I think it's related to the replay file size, which depends on the map as well. You're 75% consistent on this jumper. That was clean as well. So the danger with doing it super clean is that the risk of not making it high enough is higher. So I guess the ideal line is going a little bit above the wall. Like trying to go a little bit above, yeah, like that. So a small, like a couple centimeters above the wall. So then you lower the risk that you're too low, and you lower the risk that you're too high as well. But it's very precise. Why does he keep doing this? He wants 3 in a row. That was an example of what often happens when you're too low. The back wheel just doesn't land. No, you're just looking for visual cues. It's really just the entry angle because you expect the speed to be the same on the other side. Plastic gives a little bit higher acceleration than road, so I'm not sure if this is like 100% the same as the real thing. But it's probably close enough. Okay, well, that was not 3 in a row, but Elcon wants to go. Suppose we'll try. Good luck. Knows how the car needs to drive into the wall. The setup is a little bit different, but close enough to understand where the car needs to land. Here we go. The back wheel not high enough. It was close, but not quite. But lands into the pool at the very least. So, floor 15. It is nice that the mappers decided to give this pool at least. Could have given another one in the dirt wall, right? Maybe, but you know. It's possible to miss the pool as well, but it is pretty nicely placed there. Well, Elcon back to floor 15 and needs to do most of the floor again now. Only the first trick basically is skipped with this, so let's see. Bouncing, lands in the pool. Then slight wall hug after the turbos. Clean entry. There we go. And this will bounce, but should land after. Then the wall hits. Looks like a good line. There we go. Onto the beam, no issue. Turning a little bit to the right to make the turbo slow you down instead of speeding you up. And then the dragon. Starting on the edge of the turbo. Hazard tried this first and kind of made it work, so Elcon goes for it. Looks to be enough. So then into the pool. Late air brake so that the front wheels go on the border first. You don't get stuck on that entry. Directly into the rings. Elcon uses the camera 1 for this entire thing. Works so far. One more. Oof. Very clean. Very clean. If you can confidently speedrun that section, it might be easier than making some corrections there. So it is scary, but it can work pretty nicely. Gets the third gear. Is it enough speed? Well, Alcon thinks so. It was a good ice SD there, and then clean landing. And back we go. Such a good ice player. So not quite going like full sideways in the ice slide, but actually taking like a little bit of like a diagonal angle during the ice slide. And that's called an ice speed slide. Very different from other surface speed slides. But you can get the exit much easier when you do it like that. So it's a little bit of a different way to do that. It's a difficult angle to get right, because just being diagonal is not enough. You do also need to have like a very specific angle. Okay. That works. Bit of a scary line on the Iceman. I guess it works. Edge of turnarounds. Always scary. Alright, well, back we are. Elcon's second time on floor 16 now. I do. Very often, AJ. The flip, keeping contact with the ground, that's working, and now the sideways turn, slow down, very nicely done. Now, one more jump. There we go. Back we go. Now the question is Elcon gonna try more on the practice section, or are we just gonna go? I think Elcon understands what went wrong last time. Might still want to try this more to understand, like, yeah, how to fix that issue. Alright, back we go. That was almost there, becoming unstable just at the end. Or I'm not sure if Elcon like purposefully dropped down there somehow. Still think they're going too diagonal. That's fair, but you have to mind that you don't get a lot of speed for this. Which means that if you try to turn fully sideways on the quarter pipe already, you will likely lose too much speed to actually make it work. So that's the problem there. That, yeah, you would like to get like a fully, like, sort of parallel line, but if you go for that, you might end up losing so much speed because turning on the quarter pipe will lose your speed, right? If you go straight forward onto the quarter pipe, without, like, disregarding the wall, if you just go straight forward, press forward, you will get the best speed, right? Any kind of a turn that you do on the setup will slow you down. So I don't know if it's realistic to, like, land or go, like, on that perfect angle. But, well, Elcon. Ready to try again? So it's very calculated for the specific speed that you need to get. Which is better than, you know, having to find like some very specific speed by slowing down. But here we go. Oh, it's so close. Is it gonna still be on the pool? Barely. Back we go. You explain things very well, thank you. Have you ever thought about making tutorials on the different mechanics or surfaces to master in Trackmania? Maybe at some point. I would probably start with like mapping tutorials, probably. This is like the one save that you have on floor 16. After you are through this section, it's all just misery and pain. hello old Besser. So Elcon, on the first ever floor 16 run that he's got, 3 people have made it to floor 16 before him. Hazard, Bren, and Lars, all multiple times. Elcon was the first to make it to the very final trick of floor 15, but was the last to exit floor 15. But now, Elcon also on floor 16, 2 times so far, 2 attempts on the wheel hang. Trying to get third one. Landing. 76 speed, same as last time. It seems to work. After the dirt wall ride, there's just one beam that looks pretty tight. That's mostly it, though. It's really difficult to say. Some sections that look very simple have been very difficult. So after the dirt wall ride, there's still like 4 failable parts on floor 16. Oh, it needs to probably take some speed here. Going for a full circle, I guess. Careful not to get inverted steering. Looks good. Nice. So yeah, if you listen to the car sounds here from Elcon, you will hear that it doesn't quite get the high revs, or I mean, this attempt might be different, but doesn't quite get the high revs, at least last time. Yeah, you can hear that it doesn't really get the RPM, right? That you usually get on ice slides. That's because Elcon is not doing an ice slide. Elcon is doing the ice speed slide there. So that slightly diagonal line that Elcon is doing. And maybe that's the intentional line as well. It looks very, very clean. It's also more forgiving if you get the third gear a little bit late. And, you know, ice speed slides are something that, you know, ice players do a lot. It's kind of like a usual sort of technique that you do on ice maps pretty often. But you have to be an ice player to understand how it works, because just being diagonal is not enough. Getting the speed boost is a little bit more complicated, and I wouldn't even be able to explain it, even though I can do ice speed slides pretty often. Getting the grip here, that's good. New PB as well, and new PB in terms of height. It's a bit of a meme. We don't care about the height anymore. We're only caring about finishing the map, but you know. It's not really... Gorilla Grip is different. Gorilla Grip is when you go from one ice slide and you jump into another ice slide. It's a very specific thing, very situational. You don't really have the Gorilla Grip technique on almost any ice map. It's very rare. There's it again. So, yeah, Gorilla Grip is very sort of talked about because it's such a weird name for a technique, but in reality you don't end up using it very often. Ice speed slides are very common though. Well, back to practice. Currently Bren has the water guard. Hazard 1 trick behind. Lars 3 tricks behind Bren. And now Elcon is 5 tricks behind Bren. Sections. Separate sections. That was good. That's what you want to have. Yeah, the height is very misleading because you don't really get a height PB until like the late parts of the floor. Well, here we go again. Third attempt. And it doesn't quite land still. The back wheel still a little bit too low, but again, it goes to the pool. So it's just the back wheel being a little bit too low still. And it's like easy to say like, well, just put it higher, lol. But like if you go too high, that's potentially even worse. Thank you, Meltrick, for the prime. So now Elcon just waiting for the wet wheels to go away. Do you have any tip to speed slide consistently on ice? Very good line there from Elcon. Now the flip. A bit sideways, but will be good enough. You... Okay, scary bounces. So sideways bounces are usually a little bit weaker than just fully upside down, but road speed slides, you just need to keep tapping. It's a very difficult mechanic to learn. It should be possible. I think Elcon is going for the flat part. Yeah. It's fine. Usually, like, there's very few cases in which one wheel off the road is not possible to get back. Thank you, Trey baby. For tier 1. Good bounce again. Onto the ramp. Hi on. The wall hang has been solved. The wall ride, not so much. No one is there yet. On the real one. So currently, Bren has cleared the plastic jumps. 75 speed, one less than last time. Seems to work. So Bren, I don't really have a good time to show this. When Elcon goes for the... Well, let's see. I can show like after this run. But Bren is on the... has cleared the plastic jumps on floor 16, which is very close to the practice dirt wall ride. Hazard is on the practice wall ride. And Lars is 2 tricks before it. Lars has made the landing after the wheel hang landing. So 1 jump after the wheel hang. Here again. So diagonal line. Slight release, but should be enough. Slight release to exit the SD. Oh, this is a bit to the side. But manages to get it. Oof. Scary to land with ice wheels always, but works out fine. 3 players have cleared the wheel hang, yeah. I'm starting to feel like the ice speed slide might be intentional. Is this enough? Oof, barely. Seemed like a weird sort of bounce during the final part, but okay, works out. So again, don't want to get airtime during the slope. The plastic jumps are after the practice dirt wall ride section. Good line. 4th time, and great save there. Need to lose the speed very quickly so players are drifting to make sure you don't go too far. This is floor 16. Number 4. If Elcon goes for the practice still. Pretty much every single time for Elcon, the back wheel has just been a little bit too low. So it just needs to get it a little bit higher. Like that. Well, 1 attempt. All it takes to get confidence, and we go again. 4th time. So... works. Elcon gets it. On 4th time, and now are the inputs correct? Keeping forward, going pretty long, and then left. It works. Elcon, 4th player to clear the wheel hang. Get it done. But the map continues. Very nicely done. It could be a GPS time for Elcon, and we can also take a quick look. So what you need to do here is a very, like, unbelievably clean line with absolute maximum speed. This is extremely precise. Going here and landing on this. It's gonna be extremely close every single time. Only half of the car will land here. And then that would be a tight 3rd place. Then these jumps over here, that's what Lars failed. So that's gonna be the next section for Elcon. To try to get an untied 3rd place. And that is only one section behind where Hazard has made it. If Elcon finishes this run, it's not going to count towards the prize pool, because Elcon only started streaming during this floor 16 part of the run. So, however, with so many undiscovered sections on this floor still remaining, I don't think it's realistic to expect that this will go all the way through. But, and I mean, Elcon didn't expect that either, which is why Elcon didn't stream this rain. But we take it one by one, you know? So Elcon lining this up extremely close to the wall, and then just a press forward line. So that's all it is. Just pressing forward with the absolute maximum speed. Making sure it doesn't crash the right side. Goes as close as possible. Just to the corner of the landing block. Well, that's gonna get a lot of speed. Gonna go from corner to corner. Yeah, that has to be the line, right? That looks pretty good. Elcon presses forward, and we hope that it doesn't hit the plastic. Oh, okay. Well, so what happened there was that the right back wheel was a little bit off the edge, so when Elcon pressed forward, the car turned a little bit to the left. So now it needs to line up again. Try to make it so that the left wheel doesn't go over the edge. Probably wants a little bit more speed, or... yeah, wants to make it so that it's a little bit more to the left. There's really not much to this. Like, when you watch someone do this one time, you know exactly what they've done. There's nothing else to it. So, maximum speed, that looks good. We go. Lands it. Nice. Very slight right tap there. And it goes in. Very good. Extremely failable section. You truly need all the speed you can possibly get. Cinematic angle with the camera. So then, this is a little bit of a different section, this next one, because what you actually need to do here, Elcon will probably check Bren's VODs at this point. What you actually need to do here is, Elcon wants to jump off. Oh no. Oh no, Elcon. Go a little bit further, come on, you can get very useful practice. So here, you actually need to watch out for having too much speed, because you can jump a little bit too far on this block and not quite get, like, enough speed for this landing. This landing will be very close. Lars hasn't made this one. So you need to get, like, a very clean line where you land super precisely onto this block so you can get absolute maximum speed, and then you need to make sure that you're not jumping too sideways from here, because that results in less height than if you go a little bit curved like this. But then getting the angle for the actual landing, like, that's gonna be difficult. So those are the challenges on this next one. So the rules state that your final full run needs to be streamed. That means from moment 0, when the timer has no seconds on it, to the very final moment where you finish the map. Elcon only started streaming this run about 1 hour in or so, so that means that this run would not count towards the prize pool if it somehow finished the map. Okay, does seem like Elcon will try this next section. So, yeah, need to be careful with what kind of a landing you get on this next block. Very tight landings. So need to be mainly just landing clean on the second block and getting the line for the final one. Here we go. Elcon. Lands pretty late. I think this is gonna be too slow. Oh no, just slightly makes it. Now that is a bounce. I thought it would be close, but well, it's close to the other side. So Elcon does make it. Oof. That is not even half a car on the landing. That is 1/3 of the car, but still somehow makes it. That is not too bad for Elcon. Well, I mean, you know, at that point, you have to make the call whether you commit to it or whether you don't commit. And Elcon commits, and that is the 3rd place. 3rd place on Deep Dip 2. Now, this one has been figured out in a very interesting way, which means that Bren and Hazard figured that there's a very similar looking spot on floor 7. And they went to floor 8 practice floor and dropped down here and understood that they can jump over this first beam and below the second beam. And that's gonna be the strat for Elcon as well. So basically, just take a lot of speed, jump towards the right side, over the first beam, under the second one, and then save yourself on the ice. We know that it's the thing, not only because, you know, Bren and Hazard have both done this on this section, but also because they learned this clever way to practice it. Elcon has seen the strategy, I assume. You've seen Elcon practice that as well, okay. So, knows what to do. It's a little bit of a different set of blocks. It's very similar blocks. These are all in the same folder, so probably just an accident from the mappers to put this different decoration on floor 7, but landing this, let's see. Oh, it works. Bounces a little bit on the first beam, but landing this means that Elcon is now tied 2nd place as well. Hazard has cleared this jump as well, but didn't clear the next plastic part. Okay, Elcon's just memeing, I think. Small celebration, I suppose. And now to the dirts, and there's a bit of a different kind of a thing that we haven't seen on this map before, which is that there's a practice section, but the practice section is not for the next section. It's for a future section. You still need to do 3 different tricks before you actually get to the dirt wall ride. So Elcon has the choice here to practice for a future section, which is a little bit risky, but seems to be worth the practice. Bren and Hazard have both spent significant amounts of time already practicing this. And that is currently the difference between Elcon and Hazard. That Hazard has made it to this part before, and even though Hazard's first attempt on these plastic jumps failed, landed a little bit to the left, Bren has landed these, so you bounce on this and land here. Not really bounce, it's not a plastic bounce, it's just a ramp. But Hazard has had a lot of practice on this wall ride, and I think we'll see Elcon also practice this wall right now. So what you need to do is bounce on this plastic block and turn around. But this is not the next section, so Elcon will only do this to practice for a future section. So this is the section that Elcon is showing right now, that you are actually practicing for. So Elcon is actually checking if the setup is the same, and that is pretty important. That's the first thing I also checked, if the turbo is in the same location. So you will want to make sure that when you practice this, you are taking the same speed for this setup as you are on the real thing. Elcon will line this up as if he is doing the real section. That way you can apply the muscle memory later as well. So landing a little bit diagonally here, and then turning the car to plastic bounce, and keeping that dirt wall ride going. So you can grip these dirt wall rides by going a little bit on the diagonal, like top sort of line. But the turnaround is very scary. Here you also have wet wheels, but you will be able to air brake. So there's always the question, like, wait, don't wet wheels disable air control? And they do, but only for a moment after leaving water. So once you're on this metal for a little bit, you will get air control back. So. A lot of different things happening. But basically, Elcon will just practice this. Doesn't care about the next section. So all Elcon is doing is trying to understand how to do this section that is a little bit further. Bren has made it through the next jumps as well. So Bren's wildcard is one section away. Bren did make the plastic jumps. This is tied second place. We didn't see how. Bren did that run offline, only posted a screenshot. So all we've seen... Oh, okay, Elcon is going in. All we've seen is a screenshot from Bren on the next section. This is about halfway through floor 16. Okay, so again. What you're actually supposed to do here is take the turbo, turn around, go back, jump on the plastic, land on this plastic, and land here. Bren has made this landing. Then there's the ice dirt wheel zoop, but Bren hasn't apparently made that. Bren posted a screenshot of being here, so that is the water card, but we haven't seen that on a run. That is the actual route. But Elcon will probably spend a lot of... a lot of time. That was not... Elcon doing some extra wheel hangs. That's not... that's not good. Not the right strategy on this section. Yeah, Elcon is using camera 2 to, I guess, make sure the line is good. Right here, and then switching to camera 1. Okay, well, oh, that worked. Elcon lands it. Alright, got it pretty quickly. We know from Hazard was here off stream as well, and Hazard apparently also got it first try, but getting it once is not really it, you know? The issue is getting it on the actual, like, harder part, right? So you want to build consistency specifically. But Elcon seems to bounce on this, like, sideways. So we saw Bren bounce on this with the back wheel, left back wheel. Did Hazard really get it first try? Well, I guess it depends on whether you believe him or not. I haven't seen it. No one has seen it. That's what we heard, though. Or did Hazard actually post the clip of it? Yeah, Hazard did post some clip. I don't know if that was specifically the first try. Anyway. Yeah, Elcon seems to find success in bouncing sideways, not with the back wheel. Oh, okay. Risky going through the turbo, but it's enough speed. And no, you can't do the wheel hang. It slows you down too much. Pretty sure. Elcon saying it's easy. It seems like going high is the problem though, and this is the thing. On this practice section, you fall into the pool, right? If you go too high, you fall into the pool. It's no issue. But in the real thing, there's no pool below. You fail this, you go too high, you lose the grip. GG, the run is over. So that's what we're talking about, right? So it's not taller, it's the same height. It is 2 wall ride blocks. These are default wall ride blocks from the vanilla game. It's looking pretty good. Even 50% consistency is gonna be brutal, but like, your goal, I suppose, is gonna be that you get it once and then you finish the map. I mean, it's possible to one-shot it, but it's way harder. Because, like, this is not the... You're only practicing the turnaround. You're not practicing the exit flip, and you're not practicing the narrow sections. It's possible to fail both of those. So this is like 1/3... This is definitely, like, hardest part of the trick. The most unusual part of the trick. But the actual thing is, like, way more complicated still. So if you have 50% consistency on this bounce, like, that's pretty good, but then there's narrow parts as well, and then the flip back here, that's gonna be rough. Then yeah, but like the dirt zoop here, the jump over here, and then one more beam around some flags. Those are the remaining parts, so there's 3 more sections before getting to the actual wall ride. How does the flip even work? If you know how the floor 4 ending works, then it's the same way. You just do it early enough that your car's like direction is over the rest of the curved wall. Okay, Elcon is trying to... Oh! Elcon is trying to do it with the back wheel. That looks worse. I guess Elcon is trying like different ideas. Why can't there air brake with wet wheels on the recovery? Because wet wheels only disable air control. For like a short moment after leaving water. So after you've been out of water for like 2 seconds or so, you can air brake again. Back wheels was what Bren was trying to do, but the sideways bounce did look better. But I think why Elcon is trying to do the back wheel right now is because Elcon feels like the sideways bounce ends up going too high. And while it's possible that you can save it here, you know, because you fall into the pool, the problem with it is that there's no pool on the actual trick. So if you're going too high, then that's a problem on the real section. It's not a problem here, you will recover, but you're also not getting like to the other direction. So Elcon is trying to do the back wheel bounce, just to make sure the car doesn't go too high, but it does seem like the side wheel strat might be the one. You just need to be careful. You need to try to do that bounce like very low. I mean, yeah, you can fall from the bottom part as well, sure, but like the turnaround is really the crucial part of this, right? You need to get the grip back into the wall. This is one section behind Wildegard. Tied 2nd place. So Elcon trying to go pretty low. Okay, the back wheel bounce did work this time. So I feel like this is calculated to be very tight. So I feel like you have to go very low and either do the sideways bounce or the or the back wheel bounce. And then just try to go like low enough on the turnaround. So here's the thing. Again, if you're just tuning in... Oh, Elcon. Yeah, that's too high. So that would fall at least to floor 13. So here's the thing if you're just tuning in. This is the problem. Elcon hasn't streamed this full run, which means that this run will not be eligible for the prize pool. Elcon started streaming about 1 hour in when he got to floor 16. So this run is not eligible for the prize pool, which means that if Elcon suddenly like one-shots literally everything on this run, he will probably just reset, because this run does not count. So it could even be that Elcon is gonna spend the entire rest of the run just practicing this wall until he falls. Now that isn't to say that Elcon has like a realistic, like a huge chance of finishing the run, because there are very difficult tricks still remaining that no one has tried before. But this dirt wall right turnaround, that's going pretty well. Then it's just to figure out the narrow parts and the flip on the real wall right. The intended way is the plastic blocks, the plastic ramp, which is on the right side, on the left side to Elcon right now. Recording does not matter. The rules state that you need to stream your full final run. You can finish the map a second time, sure, yeah. Like you could finish the map now and finish it the second time, sure, you could do that. But then you're also giving away like the final speed, like how much you need for the final jump and every other trick. Might be a bit weird, so we'll see. But it's good that Elcon is streaming, it is good. So we can actually see this progress. Tough section overall. So what you essentially do, which is gonna be a problem already, is that on the real wall right, you get the same amount of speed, but you need to stay on this narrow part. If you go too high here, you're highly likely to lose the grip and you fall down all the way. There's no recoveries here. You stay on the narrow part, go around, do the turnaround, and then you go on the higher part, and then somewhere here, you flip over, land on this platform. That is what we assume to be the strategy. That seems to be what it has to be. So it is a much more complex trick than just the turnaround is. The turnaround is the hardest to understand section. So that's why we have the practice part. We don't have the practice part because the trick is hard. It's because this kind of a turnaround few people have ever seen. So you are able to practice something that you don't know how it works, but all of the other parts are just as difficult, you just know how it's supposed to be done, basically. So the question is, does Elcon actually continue the map? Or will he just practice this until the run eventually is over? Who knows what the better strat is? So the actual route goes here. You have these plastic jumps, jump, jump, landing. That's the next section. Yeah, okay, well, I'll go showing this one.
Let's go, Elcon!
Let's go, Elcon. So now, turn around. Should be enough speed. You don't need too much here. Landing. Oh, that was pretty close, but it does land. And that is a tight wall guard. That was a close call, but now understands much better how much speed you need for it. You don't need to really max it out, but now Elcon understands what to actually do. Then, the ice dirt zoop. Bren has made it to this point, has posted a screenshot, but this is the only actually streamed run that we've had of this section. Now this next section is not going to be any different from floor 10 dirt zoop or the floor 15 ending. Most likely anyway. I don't think it's going to be a break tap that you need to do. We don't really know how far Bren made it because it was really just one screenshot, but we're, I guess, assuming that Bren didn't make it further. Elcon is indeed an ice player, yeah. Very good at these tricks. Everyone knows how to do this next part. There's no question about it. The next beam can be a little bit different though. So this one you can luckily retry if you go too wide, for example. Because there is a small wall that prevents you from walling. Walling? Falling. So going onto the plastic, a little bit careful here because it's icy wheels. Just waiting. Well, I don't think you really need to wait for the icy wheel to go away. You're going back to ice anyway. So yeah, you just try now. You're testing. Let's go, Elcon. Turning. Okay, that was a scary first attempt. Not looking very confident right now. I think Elcon is... I think what Elcon is afraid of is that when he full turns, it's not gonna be wide enough. And if you full turn and it's not wide enough, then you just fall off the edge, like you fall into the middle hole. But you can't really like take this very slow. That's not really how this trick works. You kind of need to send it to an extent. You can adjust it a little bit, but not really that much. So, goes a bit more now. Doesn't commit though. So what Elcon is trying to do is already turn on the ice. Maybe he thinks that actually only turning on the dirt will make you go too wide as well. So pre-turning on the ice a little bit. But yeah, like not getting the zoop because maybe Elcon is just like somehow trying to predict the line here first. Jumper having fun. Absolutely nothing below any section ever again. From this point on, there's no recoveries ever. So Elcon, yeah, Elcon is saying, is it not a break trick? So Elcon is maybe thinking that it would be a break tap. I'm kind of thinking that it's not. I think it might just be a turn. But, you know, Elcon needs to try that out. It could be that without the break tip, the car doesn't go wide enough. That's basically what it does. When you do the brake tap during this kind of a zoop, it gives you speed and it widens your line. I think that this is probably just turning. But I could be wrong. Well, trying it with brake tap, is it enough? No, it's not. And Elcon drops down one for the science, and as we have talked about before, floor 13 is so miserable to fall to that I'm not at all surprised that Elcon now stuck on this top part of a loop. Yeah, I don't expect, like, I expect maybe 1 run out of 10 to actually get saved into this floor 13. It's absolutely miserable with all these, like, bounces and the crystals that can throw you to different areas, and yeah. Oh, well, maybe not stuck entirely. Might be able to actually climb on this, like, smooth part. Oh, okay, we're going down. I thought there was a wall all the way through. Looks like we're going to floor 9. And landing upside down. Flippable? Nah. Well, the good news for Elcon is that you don't need to worry about finishing a run that is not eligible for the prize pool. I think from this point on, Elcon might be streaming every single run, as he has now tied the Walter Guard. Commendable run from Elcon, though. That was Elcon's first run into floor 16, by the way. And Elcon on the first run to floor 16 ties the Walter Guard. Bren needed like 10 attempts. Sure, though, you know, the exit from the wall hang did take a lot of attempts. I'm not saying, you know, I'm not, you know, saying that it wasn't very important work that Bren and Lars were doing in the wall hang. Obviously, the exit took a lot of attempts just to figure out. And now it's figured out, Elcon can do it. But still, like, you have to kind of say, like, okay, even knowing the strats, everything here is so tight and so difficult that Elcon getting all the way through all of this into this point is admirable. Shows that Elcon is still in the competition. Was the first player to get to the very end of floor 15, and only the 4th player to exit it, but on that same run gets to a tight Walter Guard. So why is it not eligible for the prize pool? Because you need to stream your final full run. The full being the key word here. Elcon only started streaming that run on floor 16. Elcon didn't stream until he reached the final floor, which means that he is not streaming the full final run, which means that the run wouldn't have been eligible for the prize pool. That is the reason. From second 0 all the way to the final moment of the run, you have to stream it to be eligible for the prizes. So Elcon actually tried like a strange strat. I'm not sure what to make of it. Like, so what I would do here intuitively, and I would probably fail, to be fair, what I would probably intuitively do is I would just go into this and I would turn directly without the brake tap, full speed, turn, go into the ice, straighten the car, and then jump here. So what Elcon did is Elcon actually pre-turned the car a little bit to get an earlier speed boost, and Elcon like released the acceleration from what it looked like, and then did a brake tap to increase the speed. To go here. So I'm not sure what to make of it. Can you zoom in on the ramp? It's a bit yeah. Two ramps like this, yeah. Combined. It should be smooth enough if you get like a clean line. If you get like a straightforward line, I think it would be fine, but it's hard to say. You don't generally bug on things like this. Usually you bug on things like landings. If you have a clean line, also consider this. Wait, before we talk about like weird like slowdowns, consider this. You have icy wheels and you're going on plastic with an angle. Okay? We need to consider that first. You're going in a diagonal angle into plastic with icy wheels. That will cause a slowdown in itself as well, because now you're drifting with icy wheels on plastic. That is not good. You want to have a straight line when you get onto the plastic to retain your speed with the icy wheels. So, okay, once you land here, then you immediately try to isolate. You go over here, then you go over this beam, around the flags. I don't know what this is. Some people say that this shouldn't be too bad. Some people who know this kind of a trick say that it shouldn't be too bad, but I wouldn't be able to say anything. I haven't ever done anything like this. And then you have the actual dirt wall, right? So, very narrow entry, and then you basically just worry about the turnaround. Elcon looked pretty good on the turnaround. And then you go over here. Yeah, also gears on the plastic can be pretty rough, that's true. So then onto the higher parts with the diagonal upwards angle, and somewhere around here you flip up from the wall and you hope to land here. So you have to do that like pretty late, so that the car's direction is gonna go like from here to here. That landing. Then jump into the tunnel, get speed, land on the dirt, ice, and land here, probably sideways landing to slow down immediately. And then patience test, nothing really to fail here, you just watch out for shaky hands. Jump into this corner, and now you go across one final beam, where the danger is that you are not getting through this. What are you, despairing jumper? You built this floor. Anyway, so right side wheels onto the ramp, and you just go up. He wasn't in the server to begin with, we were watching the stream. I do have permission from Elcon to restream, so no worries there. So, yeah, so on floor 16, whenever you ask if there's something below, if you fail something, just assume the worst. So, again, bad, yeah? Bad. 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 Yeah, so everything sucks, okay? That's a fair assumption, yeah? So, when you get through here, that's floor 16 done. This blue flag is the marker for the end section. So when you get through this uphill, you're officially out of floor 16. And then you go, you do this landing. This is fine. You don't want to fall down from it, but like this is just press forward, and it's a very, like, it's not a very hard jump. It's going to be pretty fair. Probably just like take speed, land here. Shouldn't be any problem. And this jump as well, I'm assuming, is not very speed checked. Jump, land on here, and then these climbs also should be no problem at all. This is basically just a transition section on the very ending of the map. There's probably some voice line here or something like this. It's kind of like a victory lap, or, you know, like a shaky hands test. You go up here, and now you're on the final jump. And for the final jump, you drive around in a circle. This is a non-slippery surface. So you're going to go around, and when you feel like you have enough speed, you will go forward, jump, and this quarter pipe not only will push you upwards towards the sky, but also forwards, which means that you get one shot at this. One try. You try to reach this red line here. This is the finish line. So if you reach this, you finish the map. But you will not fall back to the quarter pipe if you don't have the speed. So you want to be absolutely sure that you make this jump. Because you go here, and if you don't make the height, you fall here. So you better be sure you have the speed. Are you sure it's just a transition? Pretty sure, yes. The pipe looks fine. I don't think, like, you know, this is not even the angle that you need on like floor 2 pipe when you have to do the jump. This should be completely fine. It doesn't look bad at all. Do you think we will see a top to bottom fall before someone finishes? I think that this final jump will be one shot. Definitely failable, but I think it's gonna be one shot. So currently, Elcon just tied the wall record. This is where Bren and Elcon both are. Interestingly, Bren said that this looks fine, this section, but we didn't see Bren try it because it was off stream. Hazard is here, so Hazard has yet to clear the plastic jumps here that Elcon cleared. And then Lars is trying to do this jump. That is the top 4 place right now. So landing here. 2 sections behind Hazard. The entire top 4 actually, is within 3 sections on floor 16. Elcon just said that he thinks he solved it. What? The next section, the dirt icy wheel zoop. The party failed? Okay. Yeah, it could also mean the wall turnaround, you know? But yeah, fair enough. Elcon is doing a 24/7 to finish it. Okay, well we can tune into Elcon if he gets another run up to floor 15 or so. Until then, I think we will keep climbing as well. Elcon, of course, will continue streaming. Basically 0% chance anyone else gets top 3 at this point. Yeah, well, not 0%, but I would say like 95% chance that our top 3 will be formed out of these 4 players. Maybe 90% chance. You know, Scrappy did get a PB into the very final jump of floor 14 today, which is not bad, right? Almost on floor 15. And, you know, getting 1 player to finish the map is one thing. Getting 3 people to finish the map, that's gonna be different, right? Virtual is not competing anymore, so Virtual will definitely not get top 3. Yeah, I think once you get past the dirt wall ride, I also think, like, the first run to get past the dirt wall ride is highly likely to finish the map as well. I would say that it's like 60% chance at that point that you finish. It's still like, you know, you're very nervous, so anything is difficult. And I feel like even this kind of a jump into the tunnel, like this is very failable. This would be a really tricky section on, like, you know, one of the first few floors. Like, you know, it would be a choke point for me, for example. So it's like definitely failable, especially when you don't know exactly how it works, right? You're trying it for the first time ever. We don't know what the final jump is, really. Like, no one has ever done the final jump, right? We don't know exactly what it's gonna be. So, do I think that the mappers would build like a pixel perfect, fully maxed out final jump? No. I think it's going to be semi-forgiving, but it will still require like pretty good line. You will need to take it seriously, but you don't need to do like a pixel perfect line, I don't think. But that's only me assuming things, right? So we shall see, but I guess this one is the next part. Brent just said in Discord he had the exact same thing on the ramp as Alcon on his 2 attempts on the jump. 2 attempts. Okay, we didn't know that there was another attempt, but okay, more info. So we'll see. +1. Let's see. Well, Alcon is gonna keep playing, I suppose. Looking like the adrenaline and the motivation is getting to Alcon, which is awesome. And we will follow those higher runs. I do have Alcon's permission to restream and we will try to, you know, explain the tricks as much as we can, because Elcon obviously is focusing on the gameplay, but before Elcon gets to these parts again, floor 15 or so, we're gonna try to climb to floor 3. That's our goal right now. So of course, is my shoutout on cooldown still? No. Okay, so Elcon is gonna be playing there. I will get myself some hydration. Right now, my PB is on the uphill ice slide in the beginning of floor 3. I'll get it though. I'll get it. Alright. I'll be back in just a minute, just getting some water, and we get back to gaming. Alright, here we go. Hydration secured. Good night, Linda. Sleep well. Okay. So yeah, Elcon's gonna continue the grind. We will follow that. And I will try to do some messy jumps. Suppose, yeah, I can update the Voltigard clip. VODs. Work. Work. Thank you. Okay, I guess... Okay, what I need to do is, I suppose, I need to find the timestamp. Let's just do this first. So then we have the Voltigard clip, because people will ask it anyway. Can you say your name? Sure, it's Ville. Ville is the Finnish pronunciation. But if you say Vil or whatever, that's fine by me. Can be a bit of a weird name to pronounce for some. Okay, so content video producer, and then I can watch this current stream, and I can find the point. I can try this. Is it yet on the VOD? It is on the VOD. Okay. Somewhere here. Okay, this will do, I think. Yeah, I'll just update the comment. Is it this one? I think it's this one. Okay, this will do. Skip to timestamp. WR clip. Okay, so edit comment WR clip. Elcon and Bren have made it to the how do I call this? To the ice dirt loop section on floor 16, a bit more than halfway through the floor. Attempt from Elcon and there. Easy. Thanks, bot. Alright. Let's go. I'm on a 1 hour 45 minute run. Let's go. Yeah, so not a lot happening otherwise. The server has been pretty empty these last few days, so I also started playing the map for the first time. My third day on the dip. And it's going really well. Okay, that's the end of the 1 hour 45 minute run. Let's try again. It's probably better for momentum to start fresh after watching Alcon on floor 16. That was a good try. Yeah, I didn't reach the magic 3 hour mark. That's the problem. How did you get falls before playing? I feel like every time you connect to the server, it counts as a fall or something. What is the floor cutoff when we turn back into Elcon? Probably like 15. Even though Elcon has given me like full rights to restream, I don't want to do it more than necessary. So when the run gets like serious, unquote, is when we can check back. So floor 15 we can check in on that run. Other than that, you know. Elcon will try to get those claims. We'll see. Maybe that previous attempt gives him the push to start going a little bit further. Could be the momentum, the motivation there. Could get there pretty quickly, yeah. So many things become really automatic about this that you kind of like fail for a couple first times, but yeah. I feel like for Elcon, probably being the same, like you kind of have to have mistakes to like properly learn from things. That's sort of the issue, I think. So like one-shotting everything on floor 16, while like you don't really need to build consistency for the final tricks, because you're not looking to do it more than you need to, right? You're looking to finish floor 16 once and finish the map, and then you're done with this forever. That's your kind of like goal, right? But still, it's still like a big flaw, right? So you can't expect to one-shot everything every single time. Having like a couple mistakes might be inevitable on some sections. Like, you know, the wheel hang, for example, which Alcon did fail a couple times. 3 times before getting it on the 4th try. Hello, Pixartis. So, yeah. Bren, Alcon, Hazard, Lars are basically the contenders for top 3. Scrappy has been making some decent progress, and Schmoniel as well. But I honestly... I'm a little skeptical if anyone else can make it to top 3 still. Than those 3 players. It's possible, but I mean, everyone is getting so far on floor 16 as well. Voltegard is tied by Bren and Elcon. Elcon just did that run. Lars is actually top 4 right now. But it doesn't say much. It doesn't say all that much, because the entire top 4 are within 3 sections from each other. So it doesn't really say much that, you know, someone is top 2 and someone's top 4. These parts are always close. But it's kind of like, once you do these one time, you do get the sort of confidence for them. Boing. I've cleared this floor. That was a bit close. I think it's 7 sections? 7 or 6 sections remaining. I always forget. But something like this, like 6 failable sections. From what it seems. Useful trick. Doing this camera, free camera thing. So you go to camera 3 first, and then you go to free camera, and then you can check your line here. That could actually work. Let's try it. He's gonna bounce. Yes, but... Okay, dirt turtling, not my specialty. Truly not getting the best lines from the bounce. I need to try to somehow get towards the pool more. There were bets done. I mean, you know, there are sites that include, like, esports betting. I'm not really sure if the betting comments are all, like, serious, though. I would find it surprising if any betting website included this kind of a thing. Because there's, you know, it's a very sort of strange format, so usually they probably would only take things that are very standardized. Because they need to care about, like, security and stuff like that. I actually really doubt any betting website would take something like this. But of course you can, like, bet between 2 people, yeah. Probably not on, like, any kind of, like, site. If you got too much money, donate it. To be fair, there's been a lot of donations to the prize pool and to also the mappers, which you can also still donate to the prize pool and also the mapper crowdfunder. I'm not sure when those are gonna close. Yeah, exactly, Voltus. Like a brand new format in a game that they haven't included before, that would be a risk. It is in the title, the comment. That should work. I'm getting so much speed sometimes for this. It's actually better if I get like a slightly bad ice slide so I don't go too far. Oh, I should have showed the difference between an ice speed slide and an ice slide. Remind me after I fall. Good night, Pix Artist. Take care. 32k now. Oh, damn. Helcon already on floor 12. Ooh. Speedrunner. Elcon hasn't really been like playing without the plugin. Like anytime Elcon has been playing off stream, it's been with the plugin. Surely we wouldn't know, I guess. But like why I don't really see that Elcon would like play sometimes with the plugin offline and sometimes without the plugin. Surely it would be one or the other, right? So I'm guessing that Elcon has been on the plugin with all of the runs he's done. Elcon, I think, had a couple days off due to being sick. I heard that Elcon said in Granadi's stream chat, that he was taking a bit of time off for being sick. Off for 5 days. That much? Here's Super Mario. Oh no, whoops. Okay, well, let's hope it works. I air braked. I tried to do a setup. I tried to do the camera trick. I tried to do this camera trick, but I forgot to do the camera for the camera trick, so then I just drove the car. I've done that once before as well. Show the ice slide? Sure, okay. Yeah, thank you for the reminder. So, ice. So, ice speed slide. Beautiful. Ice speed slide versus ice slide. So, this is how... No. Voltus, stop. Okay, I'm gonna time you out if you do this again. Don't do this. Because people will actually think that this is something any of the players need to see. This is not something that anyone of the players needs to see. This is purely for you, viewers, who might be new to Trackmania, okay? All of them understand, alright? The players do not benefit from seeing anything, alright? Now that we're clear. This is an ice slide. So how you... Let me mute the music as well. So how you like spot an ice slide from a speed slide is basically by listening to the engine. So ice slide will always have these high revs. It's a high-pitched sound in the engine. That is an ice slide, yeah? And you often need ice slides to go, like, very tight, for example. If you want to do, like, tight sort of turns with brake taps, then that's gonna work through ice slides, right? But if your only goal is to build speed, and you can take, like, a white line, then an ice speed slide might be a different thing. Now, ice speed sliding is very different from normal surfaces. Usually what speed slides look like is you are overlapping the skid marks of the car a little bit, which basically looks like this. Oops, why did I go sideways? Whatever. So here, this kind of a wiggle, that would be a speed slide, right? You can also hold the angle, just like a slight turn that you do, or like a wiggle. That is speed sliding. But on ice it's different. Ice speed slide is essentially somewhere between an ice slide angle and going straight. So it's like a diagonal angle that gives you like low rev sounds, or doesn't give you the high revs. So basically, ice slide, and then ice speed slide. If I can get one. It's a little bit tricky. Okay, a little bit too far. It's a precise line. There, this is an ice speed slide. Notice the difference? You need to kind of keep brake tapping to keep it going, but you can get insane speed. So this is a very useful technique to know, and this is what Elcon is doing on the floor 15 ice slide. So you keep the line a little bit below the like 90 degrees, and it is tricky to do that consistently, but good ice players will be able to do that. Yeah, Elcon on floor 14. I hear you. What about ice wiggles? No. Someday, okay? Ask me after a deep dip, alright? Alright. So Elcon, back to floor 14, and we can tune in again. Elcon, of course, streaming right now as well. And this run is eligible for the prize pool, because Elcon started from zero. Started from the ground floor. So, now we have got rid of that kind of a situation where Elcon would need to be worried about finishing, and now can just finish the run, yeah? And imagine if on the same session as you reach floor 16 that everyone's saying, oh, this is insanely hard, this is too hard, the mappers cook too much. Imagine if Elcon just does it. Just finishes the map on the same day as reaching the floor. That would be a storyline. That would be a storyline and a half. So let's see. Hide the wall guard on the previous run, and now already back almost to floor 15. Upside down, plastic bounce, and now some counter steering from Elcon. We don't see the inputs, but I know them. Oh yeah, Elcon is still not using music. Yeah, thank you. Sure, you could still say that the map is too hard, even if Elcon finishes, but it would kind of, you know, make the complaints look pretty silly, right? That being said, Elcon was very close to clearing some of the jumps on the previous run, so might need a little bit of luck, perhaps. Jump up, works perfectly. Now front wheels landing onto the next part and bouncing on the beam. Just like that. Two more sections, and then just the final jump into floor 15. The jump here works perfectly. Now the ceiling turbos. So you want to get grip on the ceiling with the wheels. That way the turbos will push you along that sloped ceiling, and they will push you towards the pool. Works perfectly. We have the final jump into floor 15. No issue at all. 37 minutes, under 38 minutes into floor 16, floor 15 I mean. So then we go back. Clean line, clean landing. You can try this again if you fail. Jump to the left. Looks clean enough for Elcon, and it's clean enough for me. Elcon does the jump, lands perfectly. Wow, even kind of drifts the landing. Then the setup back wheels over the middle line here, and just a clean line. Nicely done. And then the flip upside down here. Perfect bounce. Oh, it was a bit of a weird one because of plastic, but you know, thought the angle was pretty good. And it does work in the end. And now, the small tap against the wall to get a straight line. Looks good enough. I think it will bounce once and then land. We keep going. Wall bounce next. Looks like a good line, and we are well above the hole. Keeps it going onto the beam next. Careful line. Going a little bit to the right to slow down with the turbo. Works perfectly, and then the dragon. 75 and 76 speed is what we saw last time. Let's see how much this one is gonna be. Might also be about the air brake timing. It will be 76. That's been working last time. Oh, this one is a little bit closer, but works out fine. I think it's about the air brake timing too. You might want the front wheels to land a little earlier, but here, same thing. Front wheels first. So late air brake right there. We're safely in the pool. And now the rings. Elcon does this all with the same camera as always. Camera 1. Well, now he's in camera 2, but whatever. Switching the camera, and now looking to chain these jumps. Third one. Fourth one lands as well. And number 5, perfect. Just the final jump. There it is. And now, again, look at the line here that Elcon takes. And if you listen to the car, you will hear that it's going to be the ice speed slide. That seems to be what Elcon is going for. That was a more like an ice slide. Elcon's still comfortable with it though. Interesting. Brake tap is a little bit late. This is not enough speed. Elcon tries to slow down, but it's, I think... Oh, unfortunately going to miss. And there's, well, there's a pool below. It was still good enough with the ice slide going onto the beam, so I'm thinking that it wasn't part of the plan. But at the end of the day, it looks like it was fine. It was fine even with that. So... I can't turn up the game audio. Well, can I? Hold on, maybe I can. Wait 1 second. I can turn down the music, and I should have a plugin. Let's do this. Okay, that should be a little bit higher audio. Yes. Had too much speed. The ice light might have given a bit too much. I have a hard time understanding why the ice light gave so much speed. I guess it was just a very clean entry. Oof, went a little bit to the side, but watch out. Back we go. Elcon used to be unlucky for sure. Like, Elcon had some of the worst sort of 50-50 situations that I've seen out of all of the players, honestly. I watched a lot of the players, I feel like Elcon had the worst 50-50s. That's just my take. Well, now doing fine though. Back into the pool. Elcon didn't stream in the last 5 days, but was doing some offline runs. Elcon has been a little bit sick, apparently. So now Elcon getting back to shape, it seems. Front wheels, upside down, and the counter steer to stabilize the car. There we go. Elcon was sick, and now he's sick. True. Terrible. Alright, go into the dirt, getting rid of the wet wheels here a little bit faster. Dirt removes them pretty much instantly. And then back to the quarter pipe. One of the tougher parts of this floor. Line is good. And the landing works. Very clean. Again, the bounce. Slows down a little bit, gets the correct bounce. Don't want to go too close to the beam there, so good call from Elcon. Landing in. And again, and into the quarter pipe. Now taking some speed to get past the turbo, and we go back to the ceiling again. Once again, you want to get grip with the wheels onto the ceiling. That's the way that the turbos activate. Just smashing into the ceiling is not enough. You need to get grip. So, let's see. Here we go. Looks to work, and we're in the pool. How do you get grip on something like that? You do that. Pretty dank section. There we are. So what getting grip essentially means is that the wheels are sort of like driving. They are in like a drivable state on the ceiling. Clean landing again, and we go back. Line looks good. Go back to the plastic bounce. Slight slowdown to get a clean landing, and the bounce will work. Back to the plastic beam. So gently against the wall on the left side. Bren found this strategy, as many other strategies. Not only on this floor, but many other floors below. But currently, Elcon is the one in the position to push the map further. Already tied the water guard a little bit earlier. And now looking to improve it again. Back to the beam. Looks good. Again, small right side line there to make the turbo slow you down. And then we're, I guess, looking for the 76 speed again. Landing looks good, 76. And the line... Oh, it feels slower and slower every time, even with the same amount of speed. It feels strange. It must be something about how you land in the middle of the section. But, well, regardless, we're past it, so Falcon does it well enough. And we go back to the rings. Getting to the last one, no problems. That last one, a little bit of a problem, but just an extra lap. Carefully, carefully going around, and the... Okay, I think the right back wheel clip there. This one, very clean. Here we go. Let's see now. See the line again. Gets the gear, now the third one. Gets it pretty late. Doesn't quite get it early enough. So that will be a redo. Landing in. A little bit close, but works out. There we are. Now just the final jump. Recovery works just fine. Take maximum speed with the good line. It should be fine. We go again. Falcon taking a pretty short line here. Next to the beams here. Third gear, kinda late, and the line is not good enough anymore. Trying to do that slightly diagonal angle to make the line a bit wider, but this time it's just simply a little bit too wide to work. At the very least, there's this recovery. No one has finished. Elcon is a very good ice player. Don't think so, Walter. Thank you, Sherox, for the 2 months also. Back we go then. Third gear a little bit earlier and the line should work fine. There's the gear. We will go. That slight diagonal line gives a lot of speed. Elcon, just the brake tap. Is this clean enough? He's going to go for it. It bounces. Oh no, it's too far. Is the pool below still? Well, lands on the ice, and this should be above the pool. So, we'll be able... Oh, well, if Elcon is greedy, I guess you can also go for the grass. It might be possible, but there's snow, so I feel like you just probably go onto the pool. Well, saving yourself onto an ice block is... it's hard, but I'm glad it happened this time. Well, we go again. Not super far from that section. Line looks good enough. Again, one bounce and then the landing. Oh. Interesting sound. There we go then. Back to the wall. And again, close to the dragon. Really interested in what makes this work. 76 speed. Looked better than last time, even though it was the same speed. I have looked at the structure of the plastic items there, and they seem to be overlapped in a way that doesn't cause landing bugs. So I doubt you're getting landing bugs there. It's something else that gives you that extra bit of speed. Maybe it's just landing very clean in the middle without drifting, but it is a little bit tough to tell. Well, we go back already on the rings. Third one. Fourth one. And fifth one. No issue. Back to the ice then. Gets the gear early enough. This should be enough speed. And the brake tab. This one looks similar to the last one. Will be a little bit tricky. Elcon slows down. Is it gonna be upside down? Oh no. Dirt turtling, not really a thing. Unfortunately, and that's gonna be a redo. Lacking a little bit of speed from the brake tap right now. And I do wonder if it's maybe because Elcon is brake tapping pretty late compared to other players. I wouldn't know for sure, I guess. Even if there's default movement, I don't know if there's really a save there. That's the problem. Like, there's very few places where you can actually fall down onto. Yeah, so like, even if you go back, like, it's gonna be a big fall, right? I think the line was like this, which means if you go backwards, you fall, like, basically all the way down, most likely. Maybe there's, you know, I don't know what these ledges here are. I guess maybe it's savable from here, I don't really know. But you need to be pretty lucky to do that, and you need to wait like 20 minutes for it to happen. And also there's a fence on the other side, and even if you go back here, like, it's still gonna be a big wait for a big fall. It might not really work. Elcon said something along the lines that he's done waiting for default movement after it got... he's done waiting for default movement after it got stuck on the edge last time he waited for 20 minutes. Yeah, okay, fair enough. That's fair. Well, but yeah, I think Elcon is doing the brake tap pretty late compared to some others, so maybe the speed boost is not as much. But I mean, Elcon understands this better than I do, so I'll just let him cook. Hi, Enzio. Also, by the way, Veltas, if you're still here, I completely missed the resub frame. Thank you so much. Okay, well, we will wait for Elcon to get another run going, and we will also try doing something ourselves in the meantime. How consistent do the tricks need to work for the mappers before they get accepted? So I think, well, we wouldn't really know, right? But what Jumper said about the wheel hang earlier is that it's like 3 out of 4 for Jumper. So I guess 75%, which on floor 16 is not that consistent. Whoops. Okay, I'm too concerned about the gear. I'm trying to straighten the car so I can get the gear clean. So maybe I should just not care. I know that it doesn't matter, but it's just weird to get like a bad gear on purpose. Wait, Kubas did the upside down plastic slide, the shrimp section, 120 times in a row the other day? What? Really? Did Kubas say that? No, Kubas hasn't made it to floor 15 and don't think he will until the event is over. It's a bit risky for the mappers to make it that high up because they're not supposed to show any new strategies or any new floors, so I feel like Kubas is just vibing on floor 0 to 12 right now. Wanted to confirm it wasn't random. Yeah, fair enough. I mean, that sounds like pretty good confirmation. So, fair enough. The thing is that, like, you know, you get such a bad sample size for anything here as a player that it might feel like some things are random because you feel like you're doing the same strategy. You're doing like slight things wrong. Or maybe you just have like overall just a worse strategy than what's actually consistent. Yeah, I'm not really sure, Abraxas. Yeah, your strategy might be a little bit random, but the actual mapper strategy might be the consistent one. Whoops, that is very wide. Try that again. Did anybody make any progress today? Yes. Elcon tied wildcard. Not too long ago. First time to floor 16 and already made it to the wildcard. Like Brent said the other day, players don't want to spend 45 minutes just to try something that might be unintended, but it worked that time. They don't want to try the different strategy. Yeah, for sure. And I think we saw a lot of this happening before, on like floor 8 and 9, for example, where Elcon, you know, did a lot of work on floor 8, and players just said like, okay, well, Elcon made these work, so we're just gonna use the same things. Also on floor 13, right now people know that, okay, there's like 10 shortcut ideas that we have. And that's not probably even exaggeration. I feel like there's actually like 10 different shortcut ideas that people have on floor 13. And they probably all work, or at least like half of them work. But you don't want to start doing them at this point, because you know that the strat that you're doing works. You know that the plastic bounce works, or if you're doing the Elcon cut, you know that that works. So like, why would you do something different? Elcon has been like the only one to kind of try these new things. Like Elcon had seen the plastic bounce, most likely, but decided to go for the new shortcut still, which it ended up working. And now, for example, Shmanuel, I think, is also doing that. So Elcon has had that kind of bravery to try new things, I think the most. Also, Elcon found like the low jump line after some people had done the high jump line. So Elcon found the line to not start from here for this jump, but to start from here, and did like a low jump line. And pretty much everyone else, after Elcon showed that, okay, this is actually better, switched to that strategy. So actually, even though Elcon hasn't been trailblazing so much on the higher floors, Elcon has actually like transformed a lot of the like lower floor strategies, like the already discovered floor strategies throughout this whole thing, which is also like kind of trailblazing, right? Because you still need to do those floors every single time. Very, very creative player. I think Elcon's one of the biggest strengths of Elcon that not a lot of people talk about is that Elcon is really creative. Really good at finding shortcuts and like finding unique ideas that no one else like dares to try. there's so many things that we call the Elcon strat, right? There's also a bunch of things that we call like Hazard strats, that where Hazard is doing something different. But probably more of those Elcon strats. Yeah, Elcon always gets the reactor shortcuts on Cup of the Days, that's true. Sometimes during the Cup of the Day. Not even during the Track of the Day part where you can play in solo, but actually during the like fast learning part of the competition. Okay, I'll take this. Looks fine. Oh god. Okay, it works, but it works in the worst possible ways every time. I've got this fine like once. Every other try has been like luck based. Oh god. Oh, okay, that was a little bit luck based as well. New Villa strat, no. Actually, Kubas does a very similar strat on the world record run, so it's not my strat to hit the side pole, unfortunately. There we go. Ah, I'm still a little bit too high. Okay, I'll get it. Oh, nice landing. The world record run for floor 2 is crazy though. Ubas has cooked. I think, you know, it's still the same as it was on like day 1. Come on. But yeah, we'll check back into Elcon when the run gets a little bit further. Okay, that was a bit too slow. Okay, well, still here. It is kind of fun to try to find my own strats for these. I kind of know roughly how the players have done them because I've been watching them for so long. But it's still kind of interesting to have to work a little bit to find like the strats that work for me through trial and error. Okay, that was bad. Oh, I tried to time the gear well, but yeah, it was a weird line. Should probably just abandon whenever I have like a weird line there. Basically, you want to straighten the car whenever you get the gear changes. I'm taking a slightly like diagonal line there to get a bit more speed, and it's working like 9 times out of 10 now. But I need to be careful still. The what now, Bum? I don't know this word you use in the middle. But I wouldn't know because I don't go outside, you know? You improvised gadget. Elcon on 10 already? Okay, very consistent. Oh, it's 5? Okay. I think the most fun on this map is for the highest players to discover new strats, which majority of the players miss because they follow the GPS. Yeah, it's kind of like, it's what separates some players from others, where a lot of players who have made it to like the higher floors, like floor 12 or 13, have always kind of, you know, they get to a new section and they immediately check a strat and try to figure out the exact inputs to do it. Whereas I think other players do check the, you know, GPS, as we call it. Like, you know, someone like Bren, who has usually cleared the section first. But they don't like copy it immediately, but instead try to like understand like, okay, what did this player do here? And what can I do here? And if they see like, okay, well, this is gonna be the best strat that I can do, then they do it. But if they feel like, oh well, I think I have a better idea, then they try that instead. And like Hazard and Elcon have done that kind of stuff quite a bit, which is really cool to see. And I think maybe Bren as well has done kind of that kind of stuff where, yeah, he looks through what the others have done if they got to some spot before him, but also like really thinking about like, okay, what do I actually want to do here, right? Like trying to understand like, okay, how does this like suit me? I miss most of Bren's streams, so I'm a little bit less aware of the playstyle there. I only see the successful runs most of the time. But it's probably very similar, I would imagine. All are super creative players. I think Lars has maybe kinda like, Lars has held the wall checker a couple times, you know? So I think Lars is also capable of like that creative play, but has probably followed a little bit more of the strats that others have found to be working. But at the same time, I feel like Lars has made them work really quickly. So Lars seems to be really good at picking up those strats that other players are doing. Dude, I am going too fast here all the time. Okay. I should find like a visual cue there to get the right amount of speed. Let's not forget that Lars solved floor 13. I think it's a bit much to say that he solved it. Lars was the person to essentially prove that the plastic bones that Hazard was getting to work, because Hazard tried it on one run like 10 times. Always recovering, getting back to it, then trying it again, then recovering, trying it again, and found the method for it to like air brake very late. And Lars was kind of the person to prove that it was consistent. And was the first to also make it like past the quarter pipes, the half pipe section after. And was able also to clear the wall right for the first time. Which that was like a big point. And it was important that Lars got the final jump, or the big jump into the pool, got it kind of like tested out so that other players could see like, okay, there's a danger of getting wet wheels, and you're able to potentially get the height that's needed to land into the pool. That was important. Elcon and Bren have water route. WR clip is the comment. It was Bren to get out of floor 13 first, right? If I remember correctly. Oh, maybe the left side turn actually works a bit better. Yeah, that could be it, dear. Brennan Hazard said that the plastic bounce might not be possible consistently. Lars found the right setup. Well, Hazard found it to work, right? Hazard was the first to do it. But then, as I said, Lars was the player to kind of prove that it could be consistent. He did it like 4 times in a row. So I don't know if it's right to say that Lars solved the floor. Did a lot of work there, don't get me wrong. But I feel like it was still like a group effort. Like, not in the same sense that, you know, like, for example, Elcon solved floor 8, where Elcon literally cleared 2/3 of it all on his own in one day. It's maybe a bit different. Hello, Hazard. Only said I got lucky with the bounce because I had wood grip. Yeah, fair enough. But I remember that run where you recovered like 10 times and tried the plastic bounce so much. But it was so much like attempts. I still remember it, like trying it backwards and forwards and slight angle and, you know. But eventually the very late air brake did work. Huge moment. Okay. Boing. I don't understand why this turtle flip is so easy, honestly. It's probably easy because it's plastic. Did anyone figure out if that's the intended strat? I'm pretty sure there's like 15 different routes on 13 that are all intentional. Like, there's intentional shortcuts. That has all pretty much been confirmed by the mappers as well. So, like, it's one of the intended ways. But it's probably not the best way. I wouldn't bet on anyone to win. Honestly, it's just too difficult to say. Like, we have less than 10 uncleared sections on the map. And the top 4 are within 3 sections of each other. Like, who would ever make that bet? I'm not at all confident enough to say anything about anyone. Okay. Well, let's see then. I'll just try this. I don't really know what to do. This looks okay. What? Okay. Well, thought it was okay. Elcon on 7. Okay, good to know. Floor 2 is kind of rough. Kind of rough to do consistently. Okay. Maybe you need to have every stream open, Drago. floor 0 is going better. I feel like I have a good feel for how much speed I need for everything. There we go. Okay. I don't like these plastic bounces in this jump. Are you going to cast Summer Games Fest? Gamer Fest? I haven't planned on it, no. How is it so scary to turn around on ice like this? I don't know what it is. It's just so hard to like full stop on ice. We're going to cast the dot going up and down when Bren plays. Look, I feel like we might actually see streams from the players from now on. Could be wrong, I guess. Like, I understand that there's still so many difficult sections remaining that maybe the players aren't expecting to finish, like, in a day or whatever. But I mean, Elcon looks like Elcon doesn't want to skip any streams anymore. That's kind of what this previous run tells me. You think so, Bum? Okay, what kind of a setup should I have here? Like 3 lines after the shadow? Is that enough? That would be... No, I think I'll try 4. I'm trying to find like a consistent way for this. I don't want to fail this anymore. So that would be 3. Okay. 4 seems too much. That's like 3.5. What does this look like? It's still a little close. I guess a little bit less. So maybe it's the 3 lines. Yep. Finding these kinds of visual cues. Pretty big part of getting consistent. When you can't see the landing, right? Oh. Okay. Well, let's do it the slow way. I honestly thought that players were kind of speedrunning, doing it a little bit riskier by not turtling on the beam, but turtling on the setup already. But now that I do this myself, I noticed that it's actually way easier to turtle from the lights than from the beam. Like, this is so much scarier. When you kind of get the control for the other strat. The beam is super weird, yeah. Usually if something is slower and more difficult, you don't really end up doing that strategy. Just the Trackmania tip. Do the strat that's faster and easier. Whoops. I should only change the camera after I turn around. I can start from like here, right? Yeah. It's not too much of a speed check. It's kind of weird because you kind of have strange gears on that plastic uphill. Okay, that looks fine. Yeah, I guess we just try this. I'll just try this. It's been okay. I guess, yeah, this looks fine. It's okay. That was pretty good. That was like how it's supposed to be done. I think the action key 3 is pretty good though. Hazard driving? Okay, okay. Good luck, Hazard, if you're here. Hello, Hiko. Or is he live? On stream? Not streaming, okay. I need to go lower than what I think it's gonna be. Okay, fine. I think I need to... There's like this line, and I'm going a little bit higher than the line because I feel like, oh, surely it's not gonna work. That's what it feels like. Where is it? This line, and I'm going like above this line, horizontal line, slightly, because I'm like, surely that's not gonna work, but it will work. I just need to trust it. Yeah, so there's action keys that, if you're a keyboard player especially, so a full steer is gonna look like this, right? This is like 100% steer. But on a keyboard, you know, because we're limited to 0 or 100, the devs gave us these action keys that basically limit steering percentage. So if I'm turning on action key 1, you notice that I'm only steering at 20%. And then I can steer at 40% by using action key 2, which is a little bit more, and then action key 3, a little bit more, and then action key 4, a little bit more. So they're 20, 40, 60, 80%. I don't know why I said it in that order. Did I say 20, 40, 80, 60? Why would I say that? Do I not know how numbers work? Lars has been playing well the last few days. No, it's not 66%, no. It might not be exactly like 20, 40, 80, and 60... 20, 40, 60, and 80%. I think it's like 61% or something, what it says on the dashboard at least. But it's pretty close to those numbers. How does your language say 80? We have 8 tens. Finnish is very logical. It is not 4 times 20. The word itself, you can say, is cursed. It is 80 in Finnish. But it is logical, at least. Very practical. What was the Danish version again? It was like full-on math problem. I forgot if it was for 80 or if it was for 90 or something. Oh, oh, oh. Okay, that's in the lamp. Studying that for 3 years now? Oh, you know then. What was the weird calculation they had? 92 is 2 plus 4.5 times 20. Yes, that's the one. At least the French one is only like 4 times 20 plus 12. You know, that's better. It's not good, but it's better. Alcon on 10? Okay, okay. In Dutch you say 8 like or 8-ish. Interesting. No, yeah, in Finnish it's literally like 8 tenths or 9 tenths. So 92 would be 9 tenths 2, right? Or 9 tenths plus 2. Without the plus, you know. Oh, 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 oh. Man, this jump is still so difficult for me. And the recovery here is basically, it's not. Oh, I get to do the trial jump again. Where do I start accelerating from? Here, maybe? Surely this is gonna work. Wait, what? What? There's no way you get enough speed. What? Is every single recovery point on this floor just bait? Am I supposed to land on like this beam here instead of the pool? But there's no way you get enough speed to actually land at the pool, right? I clipped the ramp so I lost some speed, but surely not that much. Is there any actual recovery route on floor 1? What is happening? Recovery is restart, but like, is it not a bit silly to put like recovery ways that are harder than the actual tricks? Maybe it's just trolling. Could just be trolling. A half to 5 times 20, yeah. Very strange. But hey, if it works, it works. The ramp is maybe to 1 floor lower, maybe. Maybe all the recoveries are actually to like floor, like here. But why would you put a ramp? So where do you actually go? Like you wouldn't need the ramp surely, right? I guess you're supposed to go down here? Okay, fair enough. That might be it. You know. Elcon is doing really consistently. Already back to like 12 almost? I guess 11 is still a choke point floor. We'll see. The problem with Finnish language, I think, is not so much as the fact that the language itself is hard to learn. It's that there's two very different things, which is like spoken language and written language, like formal language, and they're very different. It's not even really dialect, like basically no one is speaking the formal language. So for example, we have the word 80, right? Which is 80. In spoken language you would never say that. No one would say that, basically. I could say, like, for example, 80. So you shorten the whole thing so much it becomes like a very different word. So here's this is the formal word for 80, and then this is like how you could say it in spoken language. So you need to learn both. No way around it. Finnish people shorten everything so much. For example, if you say I am, that would be minä olen. That's the formal writing. But then in like spoken language, I would say mä oon. So you change both words entirely. Like, you know, it's similar words, but it's like different words still. And like a Finnish person will understand what I'm saying, because like even though there's some small changes in dialect, like everyone kind of has the standardized sort of shortened forms. Yeah, that makes sense also in Swedish. In English, like, you know, sure there are like dialects and such, but like I feel like still, like what I'm speaking right now, that is sort of the written language as well. Yeah, for the most part. There's not like big changes, not as much as in Finnish. Because I think what Finnish really suffers from is that it's very sort of practical in the sense that we like to change the meaning of a word, we just add to the like word, we add some stuff to the word so that we can be super clear about what we mean. We can write one word and you will understand exactly like what you mean. But then the words become so long that no one uses the formal ones, and then you shorten them, so then it loses the practicality. And it's a whole sentence in Finnish. Give me like something to translate. If you chat in Finnish, do you write short versions? Yes. It actually feels really strange writing like the written language, like the formal language. Feels super wrong somehow. Like way too formal. Say, hello, how are you doing? Many ways to say that. I guess, like in spoken language, I would say, moi miten menee? That would be like, how's it going? If I wanted to translate it literally, like, how are you doing? I guess I would say, moi miten sinulla menee? Or if I want to do it in like the dialect, it would be moi miten sulla menee? Oh, emails I would write in formal Finnish, yes. That's kind of like one of the few cases where you would still do it. Floor 11 for Alcon? Okay. Bren usually doesn't stream at these hours. It's probably sleeping, I would imagine. Yeah, I'm not sure what time it is in Australia. had a Finnish girlfriend, and I totally gave up after 3 years. Oh no. Yeah, it seems very rough. Occasionally, you know, you run into these YouTubers who are trying to learn Finnish, and it seems very tricky to learn like all the correct forms of the words. I do sometimes actually notice, because I'm mostly using English these days, that it's like sometimes hard to, for me to as well find like the correct, like the grammatically correct way to say something in Finnish. It's pretty rare, but it happens. This looks fine. Oh, this is not gonna bounce, is it? Oh, double bounce? Nice. I'll take it. Not the intended strategy. I will continue getting lucky here. Oh, no, 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 no. Okay. Not the greatest bounce. It's like you see too late that it's not gonna work, but it's too late to bail out of it. You need to bail out like really early. I guess what I'm gonna start doing is actually just like, if I'm not 100% confident, I'll just redo the line. Could you get around Finland as a tourist by only using English? Yes, 100%. Pretty much everyone speaks English in Finland. Okay, what is the Elcon clip? Okay, floor 11, last section. What's happening here? Huh? Has to be a landing bug. Yeah, it's a landing bug. So what's happening, yeah. What's happening here is that the back wheels are landing in between the plastic block and the quarter pipe. No, the booster works. The booster works, it's a landing bug. But the booster will boost you less if you get a landing bug. So if we look at this... If we look at this... So what landing bugs do is not drop your speed immediately, which they do sometimes as well, but they cause a landing speed penalty. So in this game, there's something called acceleration penalty, and it's one of the most like controversial things that Nadio added to this game. In the older games, you don't have that, but in this game, you do. And what the acceleration penalty means is what it sounds like it means. If you crash into a wall, you will get an acceleration speed penalty, which means that after going from the wall and driving normally, you are accelerating at the lower rate. And this is because Nadio wanted to avoid wall bangs from becoming like a big thing in Trackmania. So what's happening here is that you get the landing bug by hitting your back wheels in between the plastic block and the quarter pipe. The reason why this happens is because there's a wall here, and when your wheels land exactly in the seam between two different elements like this, it's possible that the game mistakenly registers this as a crash. So the game thinks that you crashed a wall. And that means that not only do you lose speed, but you also get the acceleration penalty, which means that when you take this turbo right after, it gives you less speed because you're accelerating less. So that's what happened. Yeah, the acceleration penalty was a lot worse at launch. Yeah, they did make it a little bit more forgiving, but it's still there. Still there. I'm not very close to that city, rival, unfortunately. Town. Yeah, it's like, in most cases it wouldn't be like a complete GG, but in this case it's, yeah. Yeah, no, like, you would actually, like, just drive over 2 blocks and you would get, like, an insane acceleration penalty sometimes. Basically, RPG style entirely was unplayable in the beginning of the game at launch. Elcon 13. Oh, save the run after that? Okay. We can check back in on 14. Now. How fast is it playing? Okay, I'm parking the car. Let's check in. It is indeed floor 14. I know it's the 13 skip, but like, come on. Okay, Elcon back. Elcon back to 14. Again, I do have restream permission from Elcon directly. So let's check in. Lining up. Getting those runs going. Back to the turbos. Zero floor. So you got to just smash into the turbos. He's at BRB. Okay. Got to smash into those turbos on floor 14 to actually get the runs going. Basically, here's the turbo pushes you against the wall. The car has nowhere else to go but up the wall, and because the turbo is constantly pushing you until you don't have grip on anything anymore with the wheels, you will backflip onto this, and it's gonna be very automatic how it works. Then the quarter pipe, very clean line needed. This jump can be very tricky. The geometry on this beam is cursed. If you need to bounce on this beam, it's possible you fly to either side, so a clean landing here would be a really good thing. Let's see. Oh, scary. There we go. The turbo is really not a huge issue here. The quarter pipe, that's a lot harder, but the landing is good. And line, very good. It's Alcon. Gets to the long part. Some pretty traditional transitions here, jumping through these obstacles, and then one more turbo wall. Gets it pretty late, but it's enough. It's enough speed. So yeah, the turbos only activate once you get the wheels onto the wall. Elcon tied water guard. On previous attempt. Or the attempt before that, I guess. So, upside down with the turbos, and now counter steering, air brake, making sure the car hits the plastic without getting the grip on the wheels. So this floor is kind of like on and off with how you need to hit these obstacles. With the turbos, you need to get the wheels onto those walls, but with the plastic, you have to not hit the wheels onto them, because that's the only way you bounce. Back up the quarter pipe, very inside line. Almost works. This might land on floor 13. Bounces, unfortunately, on the platform, and we go back to floor 10, 9, 9. Might flip, yes. So the run will continue from floor 9. We will keep tabs on that. We see that section being a really difficult one. A lot of the time, that was a really close one too. It seems like Elcon has figured out like a pretty good strat there. But of course, if you want to follow that run in its entirety, Elcon is streaming. We will check back when it gets to floor 14 again. Which, judging by Elcon's pace today, will not take too long. It's looking good though. Elcon getting to floor 16 for the first time today, and I guess that really gave some motivation for Elcon, because now got to floor 15 not long ago again, almost to floor 16 again, and then now got to floor 14. Yeah, probably not yet on 13, but floor 10 I would believe. Nah, that would be a bit too fast still. I think very close to floor 10 though. Whoops. Whoops. Okay. Thanks. Plastic. Okay. Landing. Thanks. It is a crazy situation overall, like, no matter how long this takes. Which we don't know, right? Who's to say how long it's gonna take to figure out the dirt wall ride and everything else? But at the same time, we have 4 players now, all past the, like, maybe not past the half point. Lars is not quite yet past the half point of floor 16, but like all of the others are in the half point of the final floor. And Lars like 2 tricks behind, right? At this pace, how much will it take you to reach floor 16? Yeah, it would be hundreds of hours, like probably 400 hours maybe. For my skill level. If I didn't play any of the practice floors. With the practice floors I would probably be able to reach there like 200 hours, maybe. That might be a bit optimistic, I guess. Like, it does help a lot that you don't need to actually trial and error everything all the time. Can I get this? My back wheels are actually not icy. Only the front wheels are. But yeah, I can... Oh, that's hard. Okay, whatever. Is there a clip of current world record? Yes. There you go. What's the difference between your skill level and Bren and Hazard? Well, one, they have a lot more playtime than me. I mostly built maps, which means that even though I have like 5k hours on this game, a lot of it is just like building stuff. which is its own skill set entirely, even though it does involve a lot of playtesting. But if I wanted to improve a lot more as a player, I would need to play competitions, and I would need to try to get world records and stuff, things that I don't really do. I do occasionally, you know, try to get some champion medals and, you know, do some tricky maps, but pretty rarely compared to these guys. Also, there's a lot of like competitive experience that they have. Well, I'm probably top 5%, but they are like top 0.01%, maybe 0.001%, right? And it's a huge difference. Like, Bren is literally a world champion, and Hazard is one of the best players in this kind of style, specifically. I only built one cup of the day, but, like, I had one cup of the day, but I also only built one cup of the day. You know, it's like right down here, right? Oh wait, no it's not. Oh, it's the right. Whatever. So, Lars has a strong RPG skill set, also has been playing this game for super long. So, Lars is really good at, like, pathfinding and playing long maps that include tricks like this map. You know, RPG, you could... actually, like, Floor Zero is a lot like RPG. These kinds of, like, jumps where you need to find your own line, you need to slow down sometimes to get the perfect landing and stuff. Whereas, like, traditional Trackmania works, like the mappers calculated everything for you really nicely. On RPG you might need to, you know, kind of find your own speeds and lines for the jumps to get them clean. Elcon has played on the highest stage of Trackmania, in the Trackmania Grand League, and has won a lot of different tournaments, is really good at a couple different styles, like full speed and ice. So Hazard also has like a very strong RPG skill set and also trial skill set, which trial is reductively it's easier. Reductively it's basically harder RPG maps. There's more to it, but that's like the, you know, basically like very difficult tricks. And you know, usually you have like maybe a little bit shorter maps in terms of like checkpoints. Maybe you have like 10 checkpoints on a map, and you try to do these very difficult tricks and techniques. Before the event, was it obvious it would be Hazard, Bren, Elcon and Lars at the top? It was obvious, like, it was very expected that that Hazard and Bren would be at the top. Elcon was kind of a question mark, because Elcon, this is maybe not Elcon's usual style. Like, I say that in the sense that Elcon is really good at everything, but we wouldn't necessarily, like, count Elcon as, like, having this kind of style as his favorite. But Elcon is really good at everything, so, like, wouldn't be a surprise if someone told me on day one that Elcon will be grinding this one for the podium. And Lars was always going to be a strong player, kind of like, you know, someone like Scrappy or Virtual, I guess. But it was hard to know how far Lars would get, and I feel like Lars has really, like, stepped up and shown everybody that Lars is, like, a top player here. So maybe, like, Lars is the most surprising player out of those four you have at the top. But still, like, not surprising. Kind of, like, understandable. Yeah, like, Lars would be, like, top 5 player, I think. But, like, world record, or not really world record, but, like, first to finish the map. would have probably like doubted that, but right now it's like it's looking like a very realistic possibility. Yeah, no worries. Arpeggio. Final question. Given the current situation, what's your predicted 1, 2, and 3? I don't have it. Because all 3 are within 3 sections of each other. All 4, I mean. Are within 3 sections. On the very final floor right now. So... it's just too difficult to call. Any one of them could have one god session. Finish the map. And that's it. Bren has been like, yeah, has been ahead of the others a lot. On the earlier floors, Hazard and Elcon were also like trailblazing a lot. But I think the important thing is that, like, at this point, it just matters so much less. At this point, it matters so much less what you've done before, right? At this point, all that matters is who gets that one run that makes it to the top. So, like, of course it's important who found out the tricks and who made the progress, but, like, in terms of the competition, it's a, you know, solo competition. And in the end, we're so close to the ending that I feel like anyone who just... hold on. Okay. Am I still alive? My screens went dark. Oh no. God. Okay. It's working. The camera froze, I know. Okay. Deactivates. Activates. Okay. Well, that'll do. There we go. That's better. Okay. Alright, yeah. Hopefully nothing is like out of sync or anything. That used to happen like a couple months ago. It's some GPU thing probably. Hasn't happened in months. Hopefully it doesn't start happening anymore now. Anyway, so what was I saying? Yeah, like at this point everyone is close enough to the ending that I feel like it's much less about what you've actually done before and just like about who finds that one run. It's also a lot more about nerve control at this point, because when you get to floor 16, like the last 3 tricks, that will be the most useful skill to have. On first completion, how many of the final jumps do you guys think will get cleared one shot? Realistically, maybe 3. But could it be all of the like last 6 sections on floor 16? It could, yeah. Come on. At this point, so much is down to luck as well. Like, the consistency part is getting to floor 16, but what actually happens on floor 16 is kind of like any other floor, which means that you try something out, and if it works, if it was the right strategy, if you get a little bit lucky, you know, you get like a half landing and you bounce and it doesn't fall off. Like, that's gonna matter so much more in this final floor. You're doing great. Most players can't make further than you. Thank you. No, I already made it to like top 300. Which is like top 1% on this map. So that's pretty good. Did the music break? Oh no, it's there. Quiet right now. It would be kind of crazy if someone one-shots the dirt wall right even. No, the 66 hours is not true. It is still a hard floor for sure. It's not 66 hours hard. The hardest trick left is definitely, there's no question about it, this dirt wall ride. That's why it has a practice section. Specifically, the turnaround is very tricky. Elcon was looking pretty consistent on it on the run that he got earlier. But you need to do these very narrow dirt walls, and you go to like a slight uphill angle that grips the wall, so you can stay on this wall and you can climb it with like very careful angles. And then the turnaround, and you hope that you get the grip back after the turnaround. You go all the way back to another narrow section, and then from here you flip the car upwards and land on this platform. This has to be the final hardest section. It is probably the hardest section of the map. What kind of recovery way is this? That is terrible. Yeah, also it's a lot about like the mind games that like if you make it one jump further, now you've given up information for the others. The pressure is gonna be very, very high when you get past the dirt wall ride, and it's not the last trick. Okay, what's wrong with me? Can I get through this? It is not the last like trick on floor 16. There's two more failable tricks. One is like a quick slowdown on the next section, like you do a jump and then you have to slow down very quickly to not go too far. And then one is like a very tight tunnel. But then after those, it's basically just the final jump. How long did it take for Jumper to validate? We don't know, but I think what Jumper has said is that Techie, one of the playtesters and a very good player, took 1 hour to clear Jumper's floor, which is already a lot. 1 hour spent on that floor is a lot of time for someone of Techie's skill level. 1 hour for a clean run, was it? I understood it was like, you know, for like a full clear, you know, like one-shot clear. One hour for a clean run. Yeah, whatever that means, I guess. Impossible jump on floor 0, I agree. Like 1 hour is already so much. It would tell more to know how many resets Techie had before clearing the floor for the first time, but you know, I guess we'll keep a little bit of mystery. "66 resets. That would be terrible, actually. Big number. Imagine if these players needed to get to floor 16 66 times before clearing it. we would actually be here for 2 months, I think. Bran is well on his way. It would at least be a full month, I think. Like yesterday, no one could get to floor 16, right? Today, Alcon, looking pretty good though. I feel like the left turn, for some reason, gives you like a better spin. There's 30 floor 16 notifications. Yeah, from 4 different players, right? Bren has gotten there the most, for sure. Then Lars, I guess. Hazard got there a couple times, 2 or 3. These landings. Is it 20 by Bren? Oof. 20 times to 416, that's crazy. Yeah, so then it's Lars like 6 times maybe, Hazard maybe 3 times, Elcon once. Elcon twice, actually. No, wait, Elcon has been 4 times. Elcon failed the wheel hang 3 times, right? So technically Elcon did get there like 4 times on the same run. 7 for Lars. Okay, I guess it depends like how we quantify it. Doesn't ping if you fall to 15. Gotcha. So you can have like, you can fall to like 13 though, and then continue from there, right? And then it's gonna work again. Yeah, I see. I guess it's hard to quantify. Oh no. Oh no. Maybe I get lucky. No. I guess like it's hard to say if Bren might be feeling that he's kind of giving the strats away. Maybe that could have been the reason why Bren was playing off stream. Because even if you don't show your inputs and stuff, you're still kind of giving like strats away, right? And if you feel like you're the most consistent player right now, then maybe it's bad for you to like stream all of your runs until you're actually like sure that you can finish them up. It's kind of difficult to say, I suppose. Can I Voltus? Whoops. How did I fail that one? Okay, fine. Yeah, thank you, Voltus. I am actually playing on the server, but there's just no one else there. Okay. I need to watch my monitor as well. I think a lot of the players are just like feeling exhausted, which is fair enough. Well, it's a different monitor you see, Fated. Thought you went to sleep, Voltus. What happened? Matt hiding strats, maybe. Maybe Matt is getting to floor 16 tomorrow. I can say that I'm not hiding my strats though. I'm using absolutely everything I have here. Good night, Krajek. Something about the left turn makes this work better. The angle is so hard to get. I would need like one more brake tap, but it's difficult to get used to it. Brake tapping basically makes the ice slide go tighter. No. The other thing is that you expect the weird shape of this ice slide block, this, like, you know, downhill shape, you expect it to push the car a little bit. So you don't want to brake tap too much, because you kind of expect that the shape, because it's not flat, will also turn the car. But then sometimes it just doesn't. So that also complicates it. That looks pretty good though. Here we go. Is that enough speed? Not quite. Oh, I kind of felt like I might have taken it a bit too slow this time. I'm still trying to figure out, like, the best way to do that. Like, it's going okay, but sometimes I'm too fast, and I'm trying to find a way to avoid those mistakes. But that, in return, results in more mistakes. But I think I kind of have it now. These are the gambles that you will not take past, like, floor 12. You're not gonna try something new if you know that what you're doing works at least most of the time. Kind of what we see the top players do as well. Stick to the strats that they know have been proven to work. Oops. Hopefully we'll see Elcon get one more run going at least. It's looking really promising overall. It would be great to especially see another attempt on the latest section, the dirt wheel or dirt zoop thing. Okay, that's not good. Any possible recovery here? I see a beam. Can I land on it? Oh wait, it's further. Really hard to stop there. I guess you can land here. Yeah, okay, I see. Elcon past 360. Okay, okay. $14 and we will check in. Okay, let's try to get to floor 2 again, at least. Doesn't seem to be a problem that, like... I don't think I'm too inconsistent necessarily on anything. It just need a bit more data on what can go wrong. I feel like the actual strats I have are fine. Okay, it worked out. Whoops. Okay, that was very slow. I don't want to end up in the gap. Okay, so a little bit more speed. I think this is okay. A bit too much still. What is the correct amount? It's so hard to get a feel for it. Chaining it might be the most consistent way. Come on. Oh, it's so much to the uphill. Oh, God. This is such a strange turtle start. I'm still not 100% like how I should start it. It's kind of like working, you know. Okay. Most of the time. But it's like always when you fail something, you try to like understand, okay, what happened? And how can I avoid that next time? But I think it's inevitable that sometimes you just fail some sections. You can probably get like 99% consistent on that turtle, for example. But like occasionally you just fail. Floor 0 though should probably be about 100% consistent, honestly. Hello, XR. The podcast, huh? Here I am, every day. Any PowerPoint slides today? Even better. We actually had a stream, and it's still going. Elcon made it for the first time to floor 16 and started streaming. And then tied the water guard. So it's looking pretty good. So Elcon is streaming right now, trying to get back to floor 16. Looking pretty motivated, it seems. Still not on the dirt wall ride. Surely this is working, right? Yeah. Seems like top runners are streaming less and less. I feel like Elcon will probably stream everything from this point on. Kind of, that's just the feeling that I get, you know? Because Elcon immediately after getting to the wheel hang on floor 16 started the stream. So that tells me that Elcon wants to like showcase the progress as well. Okay, that was good speed. Well, oh, was it? I gotta slow down from the font. Whatever. I'll just say that that was good speed. Felt fine. Already on 13, okay. We'll check in on Elcon when it's on 14 again. Oh, okay. Alright, this will do. I don't know. I'm really bad at starting that turtle. Surprisingly good at the turtle itself. Hey, cheers, Kim. Was away for 2 hours. Did you see Elcon's tight water guard? I think that was probably more than 2 hours ago. Elcon did get back to floor 15 and failed, and then got back to floor 14 and failed. So getting some good runs going. Yeah, like, it's actually kind of wild when you think about the progression in the last... What was that line? Okay. Did I have some backwards gear? I have no idea what to run. Anyway, so when you think about it, Elcon was the first to make it to the end of floor 15, past the ice slide. 14? No? Okay. Let me park the car. This will do. So yeah, Elcon was the first to get to floor 14. No, sorry. What am I? Okay, 1 second. Let me get my thoughts together. Elcon was the first to get past the ice slide on floor 15. And then 3 players went past Elcon to floor 16. First it was Bren, then it was Lars, and then it was Hazard. So like half of floor 16 was already figured out, and Elcon was still at the end of floor 15. And I think a big reason of that was that Elcon wasn't really playing much in the last few days, not during the weekend, because apparently he was sick. But now seems healthy and has picked up the pace super quickly. So even though Elcon kind of, you know, lost the water guard spot to 3 other people, was out of the podium for a while, just 1 run, and Elcon is back to a tight water guard. Kind of wild. and looking really good right now. It's the beam landing. Floor 14 right now. So we are looking for those floor 16 attempts, but about 20 tricks I think to go before getting there. Turbo walls, again, wheels onto the wall, and you will get the grip, you will get the boost. Here we go. Going. A direct line next. This one has been figured out. Just a very consistent sort of setup. Centered setup. Getting just the right amount of speed. Counter steering here to make sure the car doesn't rotate anymore. Front flips you can air brake, like Elcon does air brake there before the plastic bounces, but when you're back flipping you need to counter steer. The tricky part there is that you don't actually know if you need to press left or right to stop the rotation of the car. It feels pretty random. Maybe there's someone super smart who knows exactly what to press based on whatever. I don't know how it works. From what I know, it's random from the people who I've talked to. So you kind of spam both there. Well, Elcon gets the landing this time. Tricky part. But only a couple remaining on this floor. Bounce is good, and we go to the second last part. Well, there's still the final jump, but the final jump honestly hasn't given any issues for Elcon. Gets the speed, and now again to the ceiling. To the ceiling. Getting the turbos there. Okay. Doesn't have quite enough speed to get through the turbo, so you need to take speed to get past the turbo here first, because it's pushing you forwards, but if you get enough speed, you can reverse through it. And the line. Looks good. Now, turbos work fine. Here we go. Final jump. And we're on floor 15 again. No issue. So then we get farming. Clean landing. Already got to the first try. And the jump, a bit on the edge, but works fine. Actually a very clean one. Does the dirt on your tires affect the car somehow? Yeah, but in very rare cases. Essentially, it allows you to kind of like do these heavy zoops on ice, so you can kind of steer into ice and you get like a small boost to the direction that you're holding. Very short one. And the other case is that your brake taps become a little bit stronger, but it's hard to notice. It's not that big of a difference. Slightly too inside here. Very precise line. Oh, second one works. Landing in, and then the flip upside down. Looks good, and we're in the pool. That was a very good bounce as well. Almost too good. Let's see then. Close to the dragon, but a few more things. The plastic beam next. Apparently Kubas did this 120 times in a row to prove it was consistent. So we know that there's no one else to blame but the players if this goes wrong. But it looks very good. Clean landing. Probably something about the inputs that makes it fairly precise. Bouncing in. Here we go. Yeah, people are calling it the shrimp. Then the landing onto the beam. A little bit to the right to slow down with the turbo. Already back to the turbo. 276. And I think a slightly late air brake. That seems to be the key. Here. 76. Air brake is instant. Okay, well it does work. I don't really know. I'm trying to understand how exactly it's gonna work, like consistently. The speed, like the height seems different even with like similar speed all the time. Oh no. That is a very rare mistake. But Alcon is back to floor 14. To the quarter pipe. That is unusual. I think going to the right side onto the ramp, or, well, something else figured out. Oh, wants to do this? Oh, okay, well, if it works. I don't know if the turbos will be enough. Ooh, very close, but makes it. Damn. Almost looks like Elcon has done that save before. Oh, Bren has done it before. Okay, that makes sense. Haven't seen that before. Could be a lot worse, yeah. Only the previous floor, and like halfway through it as well. Still need to clear the quarter pipe jump. The toughest one, probably. So, counter steer, air brake. There it is, and bounces work out. Good line. Saves a little bit of time, not having to turn around. Back onto the platform. So here's the quarter pipe. Good line, and the car will flip onto the platform. It's a really tight one. It's very like heavy speed check, especially because the jump is very blind. So you really need to be confident in that angle. Well, the bounce hasn't been a problem. And we keep going sideways landing back to the ceiling. Getting skill issues on map 19 of my campaign. Is that the weird reactor map? Or was that 20? Well... okay. Plastic? Oh! Not plastic, the turbos, I mean. You push the car a little bit off, but Elcon has done this save before. Just a careful landing. Going a little bit over the turbo to make sure the car doesn't rotate sideways on the landing. Doesn't turtle the landing. And back to the turbos. Plastic, no airtime. Oh, that one, yeah. A bit tricky. Bit tricky. Alcon tried to get a very straight line, it seems. Here we go. This time it works. I need to sleep more. But it's okay. No sleep right now. One jump more and Elcon is back to 15. Jumping and lands it, no issue. Now the line here gets it very consistently, very clean landing. And the quarter pipe is working very well too. So again, the standardized setup here, everyone is using the same one. Fun. Clean landing. Some air brakes. Now the launch works fine. So again, we go to the plastic beam, avoiding the second gear on the jump there. And now just gently, if you look at the wheel display especially, you notice Elcon is doing like a small left tap during this uphill. Trying to go against the wall. Looks to work. Will bounce once, but should be fine. There we are. Almost there again. Almost back to the dragon. First the beam works great again. It's really smart to go like against the turbo a little bit to the right side to counter the speed that you have. Slow down slightly. $276. That's the number, and that's what we get as well. And the jump, that was a lot of speed. I'm really not sure what creates the difference, because like every time he has the same amount of speed. Well, let's see again. Taking for sure the maximum amount of speed here. Against the wall, straight line, late air brake, works. And we go into the rings. Oof, first landing, not perfect this time, but should be fine. Okay, trying to get the front wheel actually first onto the ring. Interesting. But it works out. So then just one lap around and jumping to the second one or third one. That one works. Fourth. A bit far. Might do an extra lap. No, no extra laps for Elcon. Gotta go fast. Well, there we are. Works fine. And again... Oh, by the way, I forgot. We can have the game sound on. Completely forgot about it. Gets the third gear. The slide. Looks to be enough. Again, the speed slide line from Elcon. Not doing a full ice slide. Clean landing this time. Should land very nicely. So now just the beam. Keep hearing clicking from Elcon's car. I wouldn't know what that would be, no. Line looks good. Very good landing. Getting rid of the icy wheels. Okay, going all the way back. That's maybe not necessary. Maybe Elcon just parking the car here. Well, we're going straight in. Floor 16 begins here. Getting the maximum speed. Into the loop, flips off the right side, wants to avoid airtime, looks good enough. And then the landing, small drift to the left to avoid falling off, and Elcon does it well. believe this is the 5th time Elcon has gotten here on stream at least. Maybe had one more before. And now gets back to the wheel hang. Actually wants to practice this again. So did manage to clear it. But yeah, now going back to the right side, which is the practice side. And maybe for a good reason as well. Very tricky. So again, you don't want the car to go, okay, Elcon fails it once and then goes for the real thing, alright? You don't want the car to go too high because as it drops down onto the beam, it's going to go too roughly, so... That's perfect. It's perfect. And then... Flipping off. There we go. Not really a flip, just a landing. Spin figured out. You drive forward. And on the plastic you start turning to the left. Yeah, maybe you get, you know, you think like it's a 50-50, so you just get rid of the bad 50 on the practice section, right? Then you only have the good 50 left. Right side is harder. It's a little bit of a different setup, right? Because you have the plastic. This one, very tough, but it's a press forward setup. Slight right tap at the very end of the plastic. And it lands. Seems barely doable. Like, it's always very scary because it's so maxed out. But the setup itself is basically just patience. You can spend so much time getting that setup that I think players will be pretty consistent on this now. Barely landed this last time. It was very close to failing. Not even half a car made the landing last time, so we'll see how it works. Landing in, and again, it's so close, but Elcon is through. It is very close. I feel like the landing onto the middle block there is maybe a little bit too far. Maybe Elcon can adjust that line a little bit more after getting a little bit of practice on it, but it's working fine. Working fine if it gets through. Now, below the second beam works, and Elcon slides safely. A very, very good method on this one as well. Kind of bouncing on the first beam, below the second one. And we are back to the dirt practice wall. I guess the question is, does Elcon want to practice this one as well, or are we just going forward? Maybe Elcon is thinking about it too. It seemed to have a pretty good consistency on the previous run. Said that he might practice some more. Okay. So we go back. Elcon did figure out this nice, like, sideways bounce. So, as opposed to what Bren is doing, which Bren kind of figured out that the back wheel bounce was working, Elcon has now found this sideways bounce to be working maybe a little bit better. The problem with the sideways bounce is that if you think about the angle of the car as you're taking this, the car will face more up, which means that when you do the bounce, the car will probably end up higher than with the back wheel bounce, which will mean that while Elcon is getting this done, the danger is going too high on the wall and then kind of lose the control that way. So the back wheel bounce might be better at staying on the wall, but it looks like Elcon is finding the sideways bounce to be pretty good now, avoiding the very high lines. But you can see how close to the edge of the dirt wall right it is. This is second place currently. Elcon already made the next jump, and that is the Tidewater guard. Oh no, that's too much speed. 415. Oh, does land on the ice, and Elcon is able to control it. That's not bad. 414 in the very beginning could be a lot worse. This looks a bit painful, but savable. I think Elcon goes to the end of the beam. Gets the wheels out of the ice. It's a bit easier to save that way. Even these practice sections are failable. They are not safe to practice. This should be fine. Elcon is just going on the other side and now just goes without the icy wheels. There we go. So the why Elcon took so long there is because he needs to wait for the front wheels to not be icy. Icy wheels are wheel dependent, which means that you can only have the front wheels frozen and not the back wheels. Because the platform there is ice, you want to kind of like try to get to the beam to remove those. Well, back we go. Second turbo. Soon. Backflip. Looks to work. Then the quarter pipes. Tricky section. Landing looks very good. Very clean on this floor. Now for the long part again. Turbo wall at the end. Landing. Then the quarter pipe. And then the turbos. Need to rotate the car enough. If the wheels kind of hit the side of the wheels to the turbos, it's not gonna work, but this is perfect. Very good. From this menu we can see that Elcon added the track to his favorites. So this is one of Elcon's favorite maps. Lore. It shows. Playing this map a lot. Back to the turbo. And now the counter steer to both sides. Air brake bounces, works fine. So Elcon goes to the dirt to get rid of the wet wheels a little bit faster. Doesn't need to wait for so long on the platform. Is it also one of your favorite maps? I haven't added this to my favorites. Not yet. Elcon, landing, very clean. Maybe I will though. Adding maps to favorites basically puts it to like a separate folder in your local maps, so it's just convenient. Well, the bounce, here we go. Works fine. And there we are. Almost on floor 15 again. It's kind of crazy how you fall to floor 14, which we consider to be like a very sort of like endgame floor. And it feels like it's so far from the sections on floor 16 still. To me it feels like something like floor 8 is closer to floor 14 than floor 14 is close to floor 16. Actually feels like floor 8 and 14 are closer together. But, so, we are on floor 15 again. Back to the dragon floor. This first section has been really clean for Elcon. You can retry it if you get a bad landing. But Elcon doesn't need to. Jump looks good. Elcon does some weird input there that allows the car to stabilize much faster. It's really interesting to me. I'm not sure what he does exactly. It's maybe like a drift to the right. That's interesting, because usually when you land with two wheels, you kind of like bounce a little bit, but Elcon doesn't. Elcon kind of like has the drift sound. It's probably like a right side drift. Interesting. The line here a little bit on the left side, is it gonna bounce enough? It will. A weird bounce actually. Usually these sideways bounces are much less powerful, but like that was really strong. Actually. Well, plastic bounces. We love them. Back to the shrimp. Looks good. We'll bounce once, maybe twice. Twice. Twice for good luck, surely. What a terrible sound that is. But Elcon, through the landing. Then onto the beam. Looks good, very consistent on this. I feel like I'm watching the same run on loop whenever Elcon does these few parts here. And then, again the dragon. Landing looks good. 76 speed, 75, sure, that'll work. Elcon just said that he put 20k hours in the game. Wild. I don't know Elcon's history exactly. I should probably ask. Time. The landing works. Then into the rings. Second one. Third one. Both work. One more. Perfect. And the final jump. There we are. Very good. Elcon is pretty young though, like 20 or something. Gets the gear, gets the slide, commits the jump, that's more than enough speed. Now the brake tap, and straightening. Oh, the landing is not clean, air brake. But it's a clean landing still. No need to bounce around too much, works just fine. It's interesting that Elcon is making this sort of ice speed slide, or like whatever you want to call it, like high rev ice, low rev ice slide work. I don't really know. Ice players might correct me if I call it a speed slide, because there's something, you know, weird to how it's defined, I guess. But it's working really nicely. It gives such high speed for Elcon. Other players might start trying to get that as well, instead of doing like a high rev ice slide. Well, back we go. Floor 16 has been reached once more, and go into it. And the drift. Yeah, I'll let Kevin and Twist fight this out in the chat. I don't know. But we are going through. Gets the landing, and we're back to the wheel hang. Goes for the practice. Maybe wants to get bad of the, again, rid of the bad try. So we get rid of the 50-50 bad try. Yeah, that's the bad try, and now we go for the real one. It's a good strat. And... nails it. Oh, no, no, no. Got the landing. Oh, lands into the pool. Okay. Landed the jump, but it got unstable at like the last possible moment. So... it really is like, if it's barely hanging on the wall, then it might still fall a little bit later. But the reason why it's scary is because there's this pool, right? There's this pool. But the pool only extends so far. So if you stay on the wall for too long and then fail, then it's all the way down. That's why it's scary to fail like later than immediately. Failing immediately was like back to this pool, right? Back to the shrimp. Looks good. Bouncing once. And lands the next one too. Two-hour run almost. Getting to those classic lengths right now. Now the dragon. Seems like the 75-76 speed is good, but something is happening in the middle of this dragon here. It seems to make it a little less consistent. Oh, that's so close. Oh. Oh, wow. Okay. That's why we failed the wheel hang. We failed the wheel hang twice, and now there's literally no bad luck possible. What on earth? Alright. Well, we go back now. So, you can get back to the beginning of the floor here. Redo the whole thing. The blessings in the chat might be working as well. Oh no. Well, I mean, you'll take it. So now, back to the beginning. Need to be a little bit careful here because the snow that you can see on the side here actually extends on top of the beam. So you need to be very careful not to go too far on the left side there, but Elcon does it well. It's a bit of a, you know, bait, maybe. Maybe a bait, or maybe just a, you know, accident, but you can get, like, icy wheels by going onto the snow, even though you can only see the beam. Well, back we go. That landing. Okay, still good enough for Elcon. I mean, that is good enough. No speed loss. It's always a little bit scary when you clip the landing, whether you lose speed or not, but Elcon trusts the line. Good line there as well. Now would like a little bit more to the right side than last time, and it will work. Plastic punch. Works fine. Now into the shrimp again. And looks to work. No issues with these parts, it seems. Very clean jump here as well. It's really like Elcon is doing these the same way every single time. And it's so much harder to actually do that than just to say that. You know the strategy, but like Elcon is able to execute that strategy every single time. Super clean. Back we go. Hopefully enough speed this time. Landing. 75 speed. It's been enough in the past, but no, again, is it gonna bounce? This time, not to the right place. There's something about this dragon that hasn't been figured out. Okay, well, landing on floor 10, that's not the worst. There's something about it, because the speed is the same every single time. It's something about the middle landing that has to be different. I'm not quite sure what it is. Like, is it the air brake timing? It could be. Yeah, Elcon doesn't get it, Hazard doesn't get it, Bren doesn't get it. It seems like no one who has done that part actually gets it. Well, Elcon will continue the run. We are going to monitor what's happening. We'll follow Elcon's journey when it gets to those floor 14 runs. Elcon streaming, of course, as we speak. Whoops, that's not the right comment. I know, Twist, I just made a typo, okay? Here's my excellent 39-minute run. I made one jump so far. Okay, maybe I'll restart. How many minutes? Maybe 10, 15. If he gets like a very clean run. But Elcon looking really strong right now. I don't know if Elcon is actually doing like a all-nighter session here. But I think getting to floor 16 for the first time really like motivated Elcon. So I think, if you're Bren or Lars or Hazard, maybe previously, Elcon was still on floor 15 and everyone else is on floor 16. Maybe previously you were like, okay, well, we can kind of like go at our pace because all of them had like a similar pace, in a sense. But now Elcon has been learning these floor 16 sections really quickly and getting there very often. So maybe there's a little bit of like pressure on the other players too. Like, there were these feelings when we first got to floor 16, it was like, okay, is this gonna take like a month more or something? But now, I feel like the race is on. If it wasn't before, now it's definitely on. Do you have some info about Bren? So I did hear... So we know that Bren has been playing off-stream a little bit. Apparently got twice to the ice dirt flick. That's the next section to clear. Elcon got there for the first time today. But I did hear earlier from someone that Bren is supposed to stream tomorrow. I don't know how accurate that is. At the end of the day, the player who climbs faster will be the player taking more shots at it. Yeah, but the consistency is way more important still. No, I'm not gonna finish this map. Most likely. I will probably finish the checkpoint version, the one that has one checkpoint per floor. Like, this map is incredibly difficult, even if you have all the practice floors and everything. Between day 30 to 40, yeah, sounds like a pretty reasonable assumption right now. Yeah, indeed, stealth. Like, even if you're like a pro player, like it would be, with the practice floors and everything, it would still be probably like a 100-hour grind. And for me, I'm not a pro player. I'm not even close to that. Like, I'm probably good by like some standards. Depends on how you know, define the word, I suppose. But like, the gap between me and the, you know, Elcon, Lars, Hazard, Bren, it is insane. How much of the Finnish Trackmania scene do you know? It kinda depends, like a bunch, I suppose. But there are people who probably know the history a lot better than I do. Like the current state of the scene, fairly well. I am not on Virtual's level. That is not true. Floor 14 for Elcon. Okay, okay. Really? Already? I mean, I guess it was a floor 10 fall, yeah. We can check it in just a moment. Oh, he's in 12. Guys, focus, okay? Oh, this is a terrible line. Okay, worked. Oh, yeah, sure, some of those. I mean, not personally, but I know the names. That I know. From 27Z. But that's too low. Okay. Okay, at least I tried it. I feel like I need more attempts on this to truly figure it out. Okay. I'll get it. Like, I've cleared that already, but just getting, like, the muscle memory for it, or, like, the full strat. Kinda tricky. Kinda precise still. The Finnish Trackmania scene is doing pretty well though. There's just a new Finnish Trackmania campaign released actually. 25 maps from different mappers. Shouldn't be too long for Elcon to reach 14 though. 13 is not super long if Elcon gets the shortcut. Game is kind of hard, yeah. A lot to learn. It can be a little bit intimidating, especially, you know, when we talk about so many different mechanics and techniques here, but it's not that bad when you get into maps that are suitable for your skill level. Pretty fun from the beginning already. What? Okay, sure. the physics of how the car behaves is a little bit different from Trackmania Nations, but it's largely the same. Like, the techniques are... You have the same techniques in this game as well, for the most part, but the car is a little bit different. I think people say that it's like heavier. I don't really know. Floor 14? Okay. We can check back. We can check back. Getting another run going then. Alright. The season maps. It's basically a community campaign. Custom campaign in the Finnish Trackmania club. So let's see. Back to the turbos. No issue getting this first part done. Clean landing here. And I think players are purposefully landing this with the back wheels a little bit off the platform because it slows you down immediately. You basically always land it anyway, unless you're way off with the landing. So it's a nice way to slow yourself down by kind of clipping the landing. Then the backflip works fine. One of the hard parts here seems to have figured out a really good line though. Clean. And clean. Oh yeah, the sound. Then the jumps. Again the turbo wall. Trying to land into the pool. It rotates the car enough. Tent also removes wet wheels, by the way, so no need to wait for anything here. How does the driver breathe underwater? I don't know the lore for this one. Maybe there's something. You need to ask the developers, I think. Always nervous when it's hovering over restart. When Elcon alt tabs, it opens the menu automatically, I'm pretty sure. And I don't think Elcon is actually like pressing anything to resume the game. So Elcon just like opens the game back and then presses escape, so that closes the menu. So I don't think there's any danger of Elcon actually hitting the restart button because he's not pressing anything in the menu anyway. Most likely. It's kind of hard to tell, I guess, but Back we go. Into the quarter pipe. Again. Does flip very nicely. That was the cleanest one so far, I think. Then once more the front wheel bounce into underside bounce. Sounds weird, but that's how it works. Beer with some very interesting cooking here. Landing. There we are. There is some clicking noise. I'm not sure what it is. Oh, I feel like I heard it there. Oh, to the wall, to the turbo ceiling. Works out fine. I'm not sure what it is. Gear change? Does it have a sound like that? When standing still? Here we go. Once more to floor 15. We've seen these parts a couple times now, but have to do all of this again if you want to get to the top. In Cam 3 you can hear it. Damn, I need to try that. I actually didn't know there was a sound like that. There is like one thing though that a lot of people miss, which is that when you have checkpoints on a map, which this map doesn't, you actually have a different checkpoint sound depending on whether you're faster or equal or slower than your personal best friend. Here we go then. Good line. Lands the next one, and the flip. Looks good. Weird bounce, but it works. Shrimp once more. Been working nicely. Here we go, gently against the wall, and oh my god, oh no. That is not the strategy. Oh, it misses everything on floor 14 too. I cannot tell you what the issue was there. What we've heard from... Oh my god, what is that bounce? Well... Suppose bouncing back from the dragon spent all of Elkhorn's luck with plastic bounces for a while. Well, Ron is still alive, I suppose, but yeah, I can't really begin to tell like what went wrong. The shrimp looked fine. What we do know from Kubas is that Kubas heard that some players were finding inconsistencies on the plastic thing. And Kubas went and apparently did this shrimp, as it's called, 120 times in a row. So there's maybe something that the players are still doing a little bit wrong. Maybe there's like an insanely consistent strategy that they just haven't found. So it could be that they could be doing something a little bit differently than what the mapper is doing. Because like getting this like more than 100 times in a row is not luck anymore. You have to have the correct strat. Maybe hugging the right side, yeah, that could be it. Or something. It's hard to say. Or maybe it's not a wall hug at all. Maybe you are supposed to go centered. It's difficult to say, I guess. Oh well, oh well. I might have to get some sleep at some point. But I suppose Elcon is still gonna go for a little bit. We can maybe check Elcon's next attempt still, if it gets up there. I don't think it's speed related. I mean, I guess it could be possible, but I really don't think so. That was floor 6, by the way. Yeah. It is the same setup. So what it can be is when Elcon goes to the actual like loop thing, he's pressing left. Because it seems like you want to make sure that the car is like actually sliding along the left wall. But maybe the left presses are not correct. Maybe there's something more to it. Oh yeah, the car, the weird sound. I'll check. I need to get to flat ground. Oh. Okay, fine. Check here. It's only when pressing backwards. I think it's the backwards gear sound. Because I don't need to exit the backwards gear. I don't know. Yeah, it's something about going backwards specifically, it seems. No, I'm driving forwards. I don't hear it. Like it should... Oh, maybe I need to drive further forward? Oh, yeah, okay. So okay, so the forward gear doesn't have it yet. So if you go from backwards to forwards, then it doesn't play. Or maybe you need specific speed going backwards before it plays the forward sound. Okay, yeah, that's interesting. I did hear it for gear too. Yeah. Interesting. I didn't know this at all. Kinda interesting. Alright, learning new things. Yeah, good call, Fetzen. Kind of interesting. Started driving in Cam 3 only, so I knew from the start. Yeah, it's much more obvious there. Like, I don't know if you can hear it in the other cameras at all, actually. +1 info. Hey, it's not useless. Maybe there's some mechanic that relies on that, yeah? But yeah, I mean, you hear which gear you have anyway, so I guess it doesn't really matter. But it's kind of interesting. Alright, yeah, we'll see if Elcon can get one more run to 14. We can check that out. And then I think at that point, I might need to take some rest. Not sure if Elcon is actually planning to do like an all-nighter session. But yeah, looking like he's in a pretty good form right now at least. Okay, second gear, ice slide. That looks a bit too good. I'll release a bit, I think. Yep. Elcon restarted? Okay. Well, let's see, let's see. Maybe he's gonna get one more run from the bottom. Actually means that I'm higher than Elcon right now. God damn. Pro player. Probably not for long. I feel like Elcon can catch up to me in like 30 seconds. Getting better at this landing. Super late to that one, but okay. Just got your campaign 1918, nice. Nicely done. Yeah, that map was is a little bit different. It's kind of strange in a way. Hey, good night, Bear. Good time to call it a day, I think. Sleep well. Okay. I think this one is going better as well. I feel like just... Oh, whoops. Okay, that was close. Just taking a straight line. And then the action key 3 is pretty good. 60% steering. Yep. Good time as any to go to the sauna. Oh, enjoy, Laurie. Sounds pretty good. I will go into the pool instead. There we go. Alright. That looks fine. Maybe finally floor 3. Team, if I can get this one. Okay, that was the worst attempt I've ever had on this one. Tried to take a very sort of clean line through it, but I never ended up jumping. And I was too close to the edge to actually bail out. Oh well. At least I'm getting there more often. Oh, okay, cool. I think I need to go from the other side. How do you feel about only being 2 floors behind Elcon? Yeah. Very accomplished. I think I could still get a PB today. A little bit tricky though. Oh, okay. Especially when I do stuff like this. It is kind of interesting how the server has gone so quiet. I remember like a week ago still. I think, yeah, like a week ago or 1.5 weeks ago on Sunday, we still had like 20 people on the server in the evening. And at this time it would still be like at least 6 people or something. But yeah, this previous week has really, really sort of, I guess, slowed down everything. The events have slowed down. Progress from other players has slowed down. But I mean, at the same time, you know, it's not like nothing is happening, right? In the last, like, 2 or 3 days, we've had everyone in the top 4 get a new PB. Elcon tied Waterguard a couple hours ago. So the whole thing is still very much alive, but I guess the community aspect is like quieter. Which makes sense, you know? Like, you're not gonna play this for 5 weeks straight. In most cases, like, very few players are ready for that kind of a grind if they don't have like a realistic chance of finishing. You'll try it out, try to get, you know, the best run you can, and then once you feel like, you know, maybe you reach floor 6, 7 or something, maybe 10, whatever. But at this point, you know, there's other things to do in this game, right? You have the khaki season, you have the new 1-hour tech map. All kinds of things. The novelty has worn off. Yeah, in a sense. I'm not sure how the public server looks right now. I think they did reduce the amount of servers quite a bit. First 2 weeks were super active, yeah. Right now it's mostly the top guys. But I mean, they are still grinding. Oh, I don't like this. I'm not sure how to do this save on plastic. Oh no. Okay. Well, the car is going... No. Okay, I'll just try to... somehow... No. The ice turbo is just mean. Oh, well, this is not too bad. Really? Okay, I need even more speed for that. Now I know. It's so funny to me that the recovery ways are harder than the actual tricks on floor 1. I don't understand, like, some of them are so ridiculous. With 2 wheels off, can you go direct to the poles? Yeah, maybe. Maybe that's possible, I'm not sure. It is savable, I know. But yeah, a bit weird. Would probably be worthwhile to learn that kind of a save though. Might happen more often. But I think I'm getting better at it anyway. It's probably good enough. Wow, really good line. Jumping over here looks terrible. Might as well try. Okay. Take it. Let's finish the map this run. Yeah, no problem. I'll improve my PB by 13 floors right now. Shouldn't take too long. I know all the strats. Okay, unlucky. I need a little bit more speed. Or maybe the angle actually needs to be more to the right. Like, it would be much easier because it's lower. I would take, honestly, another run on floor 3. That's what I would take right now. Go again. I feel like this floor 0 is pretty well built. Like, it's very sort of speed runnable in a sense. There we go. Definitely better than 99% of players. I think top 1% might be a bit much. I mean, on this map, I guess I am... if there's like 30k players and I'm top 300, right? I suppose... overall in Trackmania, maybe not quite top 1%. Somewhere maybe in the top, like, 5% though. I don't really know. It's hard to think about it like that, because there's a lot of players who just play, like, the official campaigns and then wait for the next one. The official campaigns have so many more players than, like, Tracks of the Day. Especially the first ones, of course, because you can play the first 10 campaign maps for free. Then the next ones are a little bit less. Elcon on floor 53, nice. Keep me updated. when he gets to floor 66. Dude, how is this so difficult? Car, slow down. God damn it. That was weird. Did I get some gear situation there? That was very strange how I couldn't slow down. Maybe I slid out. Yeah, Scrappy did get to the very final jump of floor 14 today. Which is interesting because I never saw anyone fail that jump. Like, it looked like a scary jump in the beginning. I guess Scrappy just, you know, slightly lacked the speed, I would imagine. What am I... Okay, come on, focus. So Scrappy very close to floor 15. Just needs to get it again. You hold any Walter guard on any map? Probably. Probably not like any like good Walter guards though. Like, you know, if you play random maps enough, there's gonna be some leaderboard where you end up on first place. But none that I actually like really grinded for. Not in this game. I actually have been thinking if I should try to get some like top 3 placement or something on like a serious map. Would be a big grind though. Would be kind of interesting. With enough time it would be possible, but on like a track of the day or something. But yeah, it's kind of rough. On track of the day, my best ranking I think is top 7. Which is not far, you know, from podium. I think my second best placement is like top 15 maybe or something. Had some top 100s as well. Full focus on FTC to finish Trackmania campaign and win the whole thing. I feel like I already wouldn't be able to beat the current Walter guards after like 3 days. Seems like doing like left-right tapping when you try to turn around on ice works. Oh, what's happening with Elcon? You'll have made the best endurance map though, guys. Thank you. Have you tried the new Steel map though? Maybe that would change your mind. That looks pretty good. Have you ever made a map that no one could beat the other time? I have actually. Yes, but it's different. I built a khaki map last year. Number 285. That author time is still unbeaten. And that is not a map that you grind, that is a map that you finish once and then never again. And I got so lucky on the validation that I just one-shot like a very good author time, and it hasn't been beaten yet. 28.5 seconds, and I think the world record currently is 28.7. Spent 11 hours on Hege's full speed map and still don't have 80. God damn, dude. Did you get Hege's full speed map on the first FTC campaign? training for a competition right now, and then going to finish Deep Deep 1, and then I will go for 80 on still. Gotcha. It's a good list of grinds. What was the 80 on still? Has it been beaten yet? Oh god, come on. What? Just let me turtle. Okay, will work. Loso beat it by like 3 or 4 minutes. Okay, yeah, fair enough. Loso is a pretty good player. Is Lars okay? I guess. I don't... Why? I think Lars was streaming earlier today, right? Or like, you know, in the morning yesterday, I suppose. I mean, Lars is still on the grind. Seems to be, like, doing fine. Yeah, has kind of like a normal schedule. No, like a morning schedule. Four people have 80 on still. Okay, so not like super cracked. Yeah, I think Lars is doing like morning streams right now. Exclusively. But who knows? I don't really know about the players' schedules exactly because they're changing so much too. Okay, is this in the pool? Or is it not? I don't really know. Maybe it's like a too late directional input. Because if I steer too late, then I guess it can make the car not have the like nose down. Probably around the same difficulty as TOA. You think so? The AT? Yeah, it's longer and it's like one specific style. I mean, on TOA, I think about 50 people have the author time out of like, I don't know how many thousands, 6,000, 5,000? About like 1% of people. How do you find DD2 versus Shallow Dip? I think Shallow Dip is really well built. Like, I'm actually really glad they decided to try to keep it as, like, similar as possible. So you're still doing, like, most of the same tricks, they're just easier. It's not like they rebuilt, like, an entire section to be completely different. But it's like they tried to, like, keep everything kind of similar. Yeah, and, you know, this map is just a very different beast. Huge challenge and a huge achievement for anyone who finishes this. But it's kind of nice to also play this without having an expectation of finishing it. Kind of just trying to improve every time. But yeah, Shallow Dip, so much easier though. How much DP2 is harder than Shallow Dip? I think, you know, a brand new player might have a chance of like finishing Shallow Dip, which is like from floor 0 to the end of floor 5. On this map, I think a brand new player would have a very difficult time getting to like floor 2. Even if you can skip the ice slide here, there's like a new strat where you can take like a line pretty straight line and skip it here as well. But still, I feel like it's very difficult for a new player to even get to floor 2. Like, you know, it took me less than 2 hours to finish Shallow Dip. And here I've spent maybe, you know, 17, 18 hours getting to floor 3. Floor 3 first, third maybe. Yeah, it's a really good RPG map, I agree. And this one is more like... I don't really know how to call this. This one is more like a... true survival map. In some sense. Do you think they will add the rest of the floors to Shallow Dip? I don't think so. I don't think that's one of their plans right now. They will do like a many checkpoint version of this map and a 1 checkpoint per floor version. I don't know if they plan to do more for Shallow Dip. Not this again. Maybe I'll try to get to the beam. Oh no. That is miserable. Oh. Okay, yeah, plastic. Where am I? Can I do something from here? Just drop down, yeah. That's too far. Oh, okay. Try again. Probably near floor 5 with 48 hours. Oof. Keep up the grind. I will say that like floor 5, to an extent, did feel kind of forgiving for me, but it is still like tricky. If you've seen the tricks done before, I think that will really help. Yeah, I'll probably also go for the 1 checkpoint per floor version of this. That sounds finishable. Oh, no. Maybe you can just go with 2 wheels. I'll try it next time, I guess. Elcon still on the grind? I asked before, but I don't know if I saw an answer. Maybe I missed it. 4-8? Okay. Well, if Elcon gets 1 more run going, I think we watch that one. From floor 14 or so. And then I'm gonna get sleep after. Oh, no worries, Chris. That's why I'm here. Hero is a bit much, but I appreciate you. Failed pillar jump like 200 times, ouch. Yeah, it's a really tough one, because when you set up for it, when you gather the speed, you can't line it up yet, and you don't see the landing. It's kind of hard. You need to land it kind of by aiming on the go. That's what makes it harder than other jumps on 4-2, I think. Because the other ones you can kind of aim before you start taking any speed. I think it makes a big difference. More than enough speed. Yeah, I mean, there's always that as well, Hammerstrike. Have you, if you play on PC, have you tried using like Tweaker? Tweaker essentially It's a plugin that reduces render distance. Can improve FPS a lot. Oh. One wheel. Oh, whoa, whoa, whoa. Okay, I can turn against the pillar, I suppose. Plastic is so fast for acceleration. It's so spooky to do these small corrections. Yeah, I see, Hammer Strike. Vertical tweaker. Yeah, I don't think that would probably be way more complicated. Okay, almost failed. Lost the momentum. Worked fine, I guess. That was a quick correction, but it worked. Are there any action keys to accelerate slower? No. Yeah. Acceleration is always either on or off. You're either going or not going. Action keys are only for steering. Oh, okay. Shaky line. Works out. A tiny bit to the right. Okay, this will do. That should bounce. Was too far. As long as it goes into the water, I'll be able to flip it. Why do I have inverted steering in water? Stop trolling me. What a video game. Oh god, yeah. Well, I will say it again. What a video game. Okay, good try. Backwards water seems really bad. You don't usually have to do it. You know, on normal maps you don't generally drive backwards on water. No twist. Don't build backwards water maps, okay? Yeah, no, I'm also learning that it's really difficult to like stop your momentum immediately on ice. Like it's doable, but it's like its own skill, you know? Because like on a normal map you don't do that. You don't stop driving by slowing down, you stop driving by respawning on the previous checkpoint, but here you obviously can't do that. So it's like really interesting how you do end up like using techniques that you never use on other maps on a map like this. Maybe if I played more RPG I would have probably encountered some things like this before. It's really fascinating how when you go to a new style in Trackmania, there's usually something new that you learn about Trackmania. Like, you know, some weird mechanic or something. Like, you go to full speed, you learn about, like, upside down magnet speech lights and whatever. You go to ice, you learn about weird gearbugs. No way that works. That's very good. A bit too good. Need to be careful. I'm glad that there's a plastic wall here. The wall would be actually better with any other surface, so it wouldn't bounce you, but I'll take it. At least I can kind of like safely smash into it and not go too fast. That is my biggest problem with the ice slide. There we go. Good. Learned landing horizontally on plastic completely stops your momentum. Yeah. Or most other surfaces. On wood, it's super silly. Like, a very goofy landing, because you actually, like, you can have 1,000 speed onto wood sideways, and you will lose all of that. You heard Have got to world record? You might have heard that Have has the world record on Deep Dip 1. Elcon just floor-ganged? Okay. Maybe this is what we do, because it's very late. Maybe we try this run? Still from Froliman, okay. I'll try this run, and then we continue tomorrow. See if I can get this one to work. Have's PB on this map, I believe, is in floor 11. They're doing pretty nicely, but yeah. Probably mixed it up with the Deep Dip 1. Floor 11 does tend to floor gang you. Unfortunately, it's a very common outcome. It's kind of what we always talk about, floor 11 being so brutal. Slightly to the left, this line. Be okay. Boink. Good. Okay. Let's try this again. Might be a bit slow again. Twice in a row? Okay. I tried to spam. I tried to spam air brake. Oh, was a stream error? Yeah, no worries. Whatever, you didn't miss anything. I tried to like spam air brake so that if the car like actually got airborne, I would have stopped the rotation, but it didn't. The front wheel stayed on ground and I turtled again. Oh well. Okay, let me try one more time. Yeah, nothing worthwhile happened, don't worry about it. Okay, one more. I'm just too slow there. Or my line is a little bit too far inside. Both combined. Lacking a little bit of speed. Okay. Okay, works. Ice is interesting, especially uphill ice. Did you guys know that you can go backwards with the snow car on a snow banked uphill at 0 speed, but actually make it? Like the car is moving at literally 0 speed. Maybe like the actual speed might be like 0.1 or something. It is fascinating. And actually a strategy on the snow car version of Threat of Ariadne, which makes it one of the worst maps to play. You need to climb 2 snow blocks upwards. Probably not gonna work. You need to climb 2 blocks, and it takes about 15 minutes. Oh yeah, the desert car version of TOA. I need to make that. Gonna be on my list of things to do. The rally car version works pretty nicely though. Not too bad. Is it faster to zigzag? Wait, with the snow car or this car? New longest track ever idea? Yeah, I did have that idea. Snow car and snow uphills? Oh yeah? How do you know this? Both only I knew these useless things. Okay, this should be enough. You hunted an ice trail and it had a snow car, snow uphill? Interesting. Not the usual section on ice trail. What's the map? Dank free by Burley. Oh, really? I mean, pretty much every ice trail is by Burley, I guess, but I didn't expect a snow car section. Okay, that wasn't good. Elcon done for the night? Yeah, maybe we are too. I'll try this bobsleigh scam one more time. Tomorrow we finish, Elcon says. I will remind you though that Lars has been saying that for like 3 days now. So, but I mean, maybe Elcon is Elcon. Wow, it actually worked! Oh my god, I tried that like 7 times and this is the one time it actually works. Alright, let's go. I'm doing this with wet wheels, I don't care. Maybe I need a... Do I even need any speed? Okay, let's just do the jump, yeah? Surely it's enough, yeah, no issue. Oh, but now it's ice. Okay, whatever, I'll do this with wet wheels too. Surely it's possible. Nothing here dries the wet wheels until we get to the ice slide. So it's kind of painful. But you know, might as well try, I guess. Yeah, okay. Alright. Okay, let me try one more. The run is not over. We still saved like 30 seconds here. Good night, Sean. Immortal run. Here it begins. 6 minutes in. No, yeah, it's probably better to reset as well, because everything takes forever compared to just like spending that 1 minute doing this first floor. Whoops. It was a good day though, after all. Glad Elcon decided to stream. It was cool to see all the attempts on the new sections, but also Elcon kind of discovering these new strats on the dirt wall ride and everything. I think we might see Elcon do pretty well on the dirt wall ride overall, but it's still like more complicated than just doing the turnaround. And you can't practice pretty much anything but the turnaround. The practice wall ride is not as precise as the actual trick, so we'll see. The first part is, you know, clearing the dirt ice thing, for sure. This feels bad. Yeah. Like, I had the gear, but I don't know, did I drop the gear, or did I... What happened? Twist, analyze. How did I have low revs? I don't know if anyone actually understands ice. I feel like it's just one of these mysteries. Weirdly enough, this is a better try than the previous one. Okay, I tried to hit the lamp, but it didn't quite work. Okay, maybe we just try again tomorrow. Looked like you released at the bad spot. But then, like, usually it would drop the gear, but I didn't drop the gear. That's weird, right? You have a lamp emote, that's cool. Like, not dropping the gear but getting low revs on a gear 2 ice slide when fully sideways feels weird, no? Anyway, you know. How many hours do you have in Trackmania? About 5,100, I think, last time I checked. Statistics, 5,123 hours, but about 3,000 of those are in the map editor. So, yeah. Or however, you know, these numbers work. I'm not really sure how it, like, combines the times and whatever. But anyway, yeah, mostly a mapper, so... It's a lot of hours. Takes a lot of hours to build good maps, I guess. But yeah, Elcon strat to go fully sideways on the plastic bounce, I think that might be the strat. Looks really good. So then just figuring out this section, and then if the players already know how to do the beam with the flags, then it would be the wall. And you know, if someone gets to the wall and knows how to do the turnaround and gets the turnaround and gets the narrow parts right, gets the flip right, then we can talk about actually finishing the map. It might happen on that run. No one has made it past this point. No one has made it to this point. Currently, World Record is tied between Bren and Elcon on this section. So this turnaround and this jump those will be the next sections to clear. But it could be that once someone does, maybe they also get to the dirt wall. And maybe at that point, you know, if they get a little bit lucky, they know how to do these strats, maybe they will finish the map. Possible. What is the exit after dirt's wall ride? So you want to go on the higher part after. So you go on the lower part first. Here, then you go higher, bounce, turn around. And then you go on the higher part, and then from somewhere here, you flip the car over so that it hopefully lands here. I don't know if there's like a danger of landing upside down. But I feel like that's why the block is this inverse quarter pipe, for the reason that then the car is more likely to land upright. I feel like it's this kind of a block for that reason. Then the tunnel, then the landing, slow down, sideways landing probably, and then the final trick of the floor is this beam. One more beam. Somehow like full sending this and getting into the uphill, which looks a bit scary to me as well, especially when, you know, the fall is big. But yeah, then it's basically just the final jump. And yeah, if someone clears the dirt wall right, I feel like there's like 50-50 chance that they finish the map on the same run. The floor is definitely a pretty rough one, but I mean, our players are making it work. Some tricks, like, you know, the plastic jumps, these seem definitely easier. This seems a lot easier than a lot of the other tricks. You just need to make sure that you have enough speed for it. Doesn't only count if they finish on the server. They can play in solo, but the full final run needs to be streamed from the beginning to the very end. So you only need to stream that one run. That's everything. Okay. Floor 11 2.0. Yeah, pretty much. In terms of like the lack of recoveries, yeah, it's tough. Okay. Was a fun session though. We'll go back tomorrow again. Thank you, Hashmeth, for the prime. Much appreciated. Jumper. Build floor 16. Well, Stealth is still grinding the map on a pretty fresh session as well, so maybe I can go over there, throw you guys over there. But yeah, I believe DD2 will be done in 1 week. Yeah, it does look like that. Maybe it's gonna happen tomorrow for Elcon. Maybe it's gonna happen to Bren in the morning hours. Maybe to Lars. Maybe Hazard will get a run going. Who knows? Like at this point, it can be just about anyone. Kind of wild how close we are, but still, like, it's not easy, you know? Anyway, was a fun stream. Thank you guys for tuning in. Hope you enjoyed the session. We will keep doing this until the map is done, and then after that, I'm gonna try to reach floor 6, and then we will do other things also. There's so much to discover, and I also want to build a beginner-friendly endurance map, so if you enjoy the educational content, that's gonna be all the same, basically, but in like a more traditional Trackmania sense, so it should be fun. But yeah, hope you guys have a good night. Enjoy your day as well, if it's daytime in your country. And yeah, I'll be back tomorrow. If I see you then yeah, it's gonna be great. If not, hope you have a great, what is it, Thursday? Alright, let's see. Maybe this map will eventually be finished. Appreciate you guys. Take care, and I will see you